prosecutor Nathan Wade to assist in the case, given that the pair had been in a relationship during the trial. This as former President Trump's classified documents mishandling case is expected to be pushed back into the summer. That criminal case in Florida is currently set to begin May 20th. Trump's legal team's been trying to delay the case until after the November election. Judge Aileen Cannon, a Trump appointee, did not set a new trial date during the hearing. President Biden says the U.S. will start airdropping humanitarian aid into Gaza, saying Friday that the humanitarian situation's become dire in the Strip as the war continues between Israel and Hamas. That effort's become more complicated after Palestinian health officials said 115 were killed and hundreds injured after Israeli forces opened fire on civilians waiting for food in northern Gaza.
The UN says an independent investigation will be needed to confirm the incident that reportedly happened on Thursday. Reports say the shooting happened when a crowd of people swarmed a convoy of food trucks west of Gaza City. The Israeli military claims they fired warning shots to disperse the crowd after seeing people were being trampled around the convoy. The U.S. is calling on Israel to investigate the report as well. I'm Jim Forbes.
3 NASA astronauts and a Russian cosmonaut are getting ready for a trip to the International Space Station. Liftoff for the SpaceX Crew 8 mission is set for just after 11 p.m. Eastern tonight. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The climate activists who poured red powder on an original copy of the U.S. Constitution are being charged. Lawyers for the Justice Department say Donald Zepeda and Jackson Green were charged with felony destruction of government property for vandalizing a Constitution display case at the National Archives last month to draw attention to climate change. They have not yet entered a formal plea to the charges. Elsewhere in downtown Washington, D.C., thousands of hours of security footage from the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol will soon be public.
Speaker Mike Johnson announced the release of 5,000 hours of video from the U.S. Capitol grounds. The speaker reversed course on his original plan to blur faces of rioters due to the logistic hurdles. The first batch of film is now available on the video platform Rumble, with more to become available within the next few months. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Iowa women's basketball star Caitlin Clark is talking about her decision to go pro and enter the WNBA draft.
I've gone, honestly, back and forth a little bit, especially early in the year. And I think, as the season kind of played out, it became more clear to me.
Clark spoke with reporters at a news conference in Iowa City.
What we've been able to do is so special, and obviously that's not over, but I think I'm ready for the next kind of chapter in my life, too.
Iowa, currently in 6th place, plays number 2 Ohio State tomorrow. Leading the fan ballot on this year's list of nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Hey, baby, if you're feeling down, I know what's good for you all day.
It's the mostly British sensation of the 70s and 80s, Foreigner, currently second behind Ozzy Osbourne in the most recent voting. Osbourne has 187,000 votes, followed by Foreigner's 173,000, while Peter Frampton is in 3rd place with 168,000. The Hall's class of 2024 inductees will be announced sometime in April. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville is asking for public input to help city staff and the City Commission identify priorities as they begin to plan for this year's budget. You can give your input by completing a survey that the city is sending out or complete it online. Paper copies will be mailed in this month's utility bill. They should be submitted back to City Hall by March the 15th. For the third time, a bill has been introduced that would make Juneteenth a state holiday. Juneteenth is June the 19th, which celebrates the day the last slaves were freed in the United States. A bill similar to that was introduced and passed unanimously in 2022 in the Kentucky House, but never got a hearing in the Senate. Then last year, the bill stalled in the committee. This year's version, is Senate Bill 264, has also not yet been heard by a committee. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
You have a loved one needing to find help, hope, and healing today. The first step to a happier, healthier life is to call the Isaiah House Real Hope for Addiction. Isaiah House provides care for men and women, locations throughout Kentucky, resetting one's life through healing, opportunity, education, and employment support for lifelong success. When you feel once to the point of rock bottom and needs help, hope, and healing, call the Isaiah House anytime, 24 hours a day.
Hi, this is Fred Sizemore, General Manager at Stuart Powell Ford Mazda here in Danville, where we make it easy to do business with us. I want to let you know that we are now offering free pickup and delivery in our quick lane within 20 miles of Danville. Give us a call at 859-238-1190. We will schedule your vehicle for pickup, perform the service requested, and return it to you.
Come to Stuart Powell, we can do business.
Ford, Lincoln, Mazda. Are you ready? Because Vintage NASCAR is back. Get ready for some bumper banging fun because in 2024, the Food City 500 is back. That's right, back on concrete, back to sheet metal bending chaos, back to racing the way it ought to be. Grab a spring weekend package today and save 15%. It's the Food City 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway, March 17th, 2024. It'll be St. Patrick's Day, so get ready to party. Visit bristolmotorspeedway.com for tickets and details.
It's 7:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today will be areas of patchy fog early, then overcast the rest of the day with a high of 54. Not bad. Tonight, some clouds, low of 42. Tomorrow will be partly cloudy skies with a high of 69. Tomorrow night, mainly clear skies with a low of around 55. Monday, partly cloudy with a high of 75. How about that? Tuesday, be a 70% chance of showers with a high of 67. Wednesday, 60% chance of rain showers with a high of 56. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 65. And Friday, 60% chance of showers with a high of 61. So a little bit of rain, but otherwise the temperature is going to be pretty nice. Speaking of temperatures, we have 46 degrees out there right now. Would like to pass along some birthdays for you. I have Alyssa Selby, Wanda Darland, and Adriana Coslow Divine. And also like to add on that, my oldest brother's birthday would have been today. He would have been 59 today. So he's been passed away a few years ago. But then Monday, my other brother would have had his birthday, which he would have been 55. So I get to add them onto the list, even though they're not around anymore. But hey, that's my way of remembering them. So always remember those loved ones that have passed, remember their birthdays, and try to remember them. That's all we got left, is the memories. So we need to stick with those. We got coming up for you. We will have, by the way, you guys may not know anything. I've been in the hospital this week. Had to have an angioplasty done. And one of the weird things I didn't know they could do, they actually put a stent inside of a stent. So, but I'm doing okay. Just a little sore, but other than that, doing just fine. I actually got out of the hospital yesterday. And I just love you guys so much I had to come in this morning. Actually, I didn't want to have to sit around the house and be bored. So I enjoy my job very much. I enjoy this. So I hope you guys enjoy me being here. Got some music coming your way. We'll have the Sports Saturday report at 1:15. Statewide and local news at the bottom of the hour. Right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster.
All the great country classics are on WHBN AM 1420 and now FM 99.5.
Man, I hate you found me here. Whiskey on my breath. I know I should be ashamed. So much for those 12 steps. He said, no, my son, I know you're doing your best. With all you've been through, I understand. I only came to offer you a friend. You know she still asks about you, wondering how you're doing and where you've been. Tell her I'm in Tampa on the causeway, watching the waves roll in. Tell her I'm in Aspen in a cabin, finding myself again. Tell her that I'm happy and I moved on, better than I've ever been. Just don't tell her that you saw me drowning in this bottle, trying to make her disappear. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here. It would only break her heart if she knew the truth. You see, I told her when she left, this was the last thing I would do. Tomorrow I swear I'm starting over again. I made it too far and I know where this ends, but she doesn't have to find out where I am. If you see or hear from her again, tell her I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, selling cars 5 days a week. Tell her I'm in Mobile, Alabama, getting back on my feet. Tell her that I'm happy and I moved on, looking better than you've ever seen. Just don't tell her that you saw me drowning in this bottle, trying to make her disappear. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here. Oh, tell her that I'm happy and I moved on, and let her know that I still care. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here. Tell her I'm anywhere, anywhere but here.
Thanks for listening to The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now FM 99.5. All day and all night, we're serving up classic country on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM.
Sorry about that, folks. I was getting a birthday. I'd like to wish happy birthday to Dean Edward Gooch. Adding that person on to the birthday list. If you have a birthday or anniversary, give me a call at the station, 859-734-4321, and we'll get you added on the list and also put you in the drawing for the DQ birthday cake that Radio Rick gives away every Friday morning at the end of his show, so be sure you tune in for that.
It is is the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Let's get you caught up on sports around the Commonwealth right here on the Kentucky News Network. Starting in men's college basketball last night in Nashville, Eastern Kentucky got 21 points from Leland Walker. Unfortunately, they shot just 39% from the floor and only 28% from three-point range. They fall to Lipscomb 81-67, though, despite the loss. And with help from others, the Colonels will be the #1 seed in the upcoming ASUN tournament, taking on the winner of the 9-10 Kennesaw State-Jacksonville matchup. That game will take place in Richmond on Tuesday. 15th-ranked Kentucky men's basketball is back at it today as they welcome Arkansas to the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. And with all the talk this week surrounding former North Laurel standout Reed Shepherd, you can bet he'll get a lot of attention today. This at a time when Coach Cal admits the freshman sensation, well, he's simply a work in progress.
And I got to let Reed go some, but there are times he leaves the man he doesn't need to leave and he gives up a three. It's kind of like Robert on offense. You got to let him go a little bit because he could go on a run. With Reed, defensively, he's making some plays that change the direction of the game, the whole complexion.
Elsewhere around the Commonwealth, Louisville will host Syracuse. Western Kentucky is at Florida International. And tied with UT Martin for the top spot in the OVC, Morehead State will shoot for a conference title and honor their seniors today when they take on Lindenwood. Murray State will wrap up the regular season tomorrow at Indiana State. One game in women's college basketball here in the Commonwealth. Western Kentucky is hosting a Florida International in their penultimate game of the regular season. Again, a big day in horse racing today. 4 Derby prep races on tap, starting with the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth from Gulfstream. At Turfway, it's the John Battaglia Memorial. Meanwhile, going coast to coast, it's the Grade 3 Gotham at Aqueduct. And of course, it's the Grade 2 San Felipe out west at Santa Anita. Stick with us at the Kentucky News Network. We'll keep you updated on all the races leading up to Kentucky Derby 150. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
This is Earl Motzer alerting you to the 29th Annual Mercer Countywide Spelling Bee, which will take place on Monday, March 4th at 6 p.m. It will be aired live on WHBN 1420 AM, 99.5 FM, and on the web at hometownlive.net. The 2 contestants from Bergen Independent School are Dalton Pointer, an 8th grader, and Aiden Warner, also an 8th grader. The 2 contestants from Mercer County Schools are Dean Ennis, a 6th grader, and Claudia Montgomery, an 8th grader. Sponsors include the Harrodsburg Herald, Hometown Radio, and the Motzer family. Please tune in at 6 p.m. on March 4th to support your school's contestants. Thank you.
Hello, it's Dr. Matthew Duggar with Matthew Duggar Eye Care in Harrodsburg. Let me tell you about our affordable eyewear pricing. If you just need distance or near only glasses, we offer a frame, thinner lens, and non-glare coating for $119. We offer a frame, Zeiss Progressive No-Line Bifocal, and thinner lens with non-glare coating for $249. We want you to feel comfortable coming to our office to buy glasses. To schedule an eye exam with me, Dr. Matthew Duggar in Harrodsburg, call 859-605-2214.
Farmers National Bank has been your lifetime bank since 1879. We have a tradition of delivering friendly, knowledgeable service as well as giving back to our community. 2 areas in which we strongly invest is education and economic development. Farmers National Bank supports our local school districts and colleges. The bank also invests in economic development and civic organizations that help create and maintain jobs in our area. This is the best investment we can make. Farmers National Bank, your lifetime bank, member FDIC. Day.
It's 7:20.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today, areas of patchy fog early, otherwise overcast for the rest of the day, high of 54. Tonight, some clouds, low of 42. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies with a high of 69. Tomorrow night, mainly clear skies, low around 55. Now, Monday, partly cloudy with a high of 75. Wow. Tuesday, showers with a high of 67, 70% chance. Wednesday, 60% chance of rain with a high of 56. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 65. And Friday, 60% chance of showers with a high of 61. Other than the rain, not bad temperatures. We're showing 46 degrees at the station right now. I'm going to run through the birthday list again. It is Alyssa Selby, Wanda Darland, Adriana Coslow Devine, and Dean Edward Gooch. All those have been added to the birthday list, along with a posthumous one to my brother, yet again, Sean. And if you have a birthday or anniversary, give me a call at the station, 859-734-4321. I'll have another chance to go over the list about a quarter till. That's the only time I'll have this morning in order to go through those. But I want to make sure we wish happy birthday to these people. They also get entered into the drawing for the DQ birthday cake, which is pretty awesome. If you've not had one, you got to try them. Those things are great. Just give them a little time to thaw out before you try to eat them, or they're hard as a rock because they're frozen. So you need to kind of let them thaw out a little bit. Best thing to do is put it in the refrigerator, let it sit for a few hours, and then enjoy it. We got some music coming your way. We'll have the statewide and local news for you at the bottom of the hour right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Ask to play WHBN, The Rooster.
Swim across the river just to prove that I'm a man. Spend the day, hey, being lazy, just be a nature's friend. Climb a long, tall hickory, bending over skin and calves, playing baseball with cherry rocks, using sawmill slaps for bats. Oh yeah! Play some back home, come on music that comes from the heart. play something with lots of feeling, 'cause that's where music has to start. Oh, play some mountain music like Grandma and Grandpa used to play. Now float on down the river to Cajun Hideaway. Hey, hey. Oh, play me mountain music. Oh, play me mountain music. Oh, play me mountain music. Oh, play.
Enjoy the country classics on WHBN, on AM 1420 and now on FM 99.5.
And good morning to you. Hope you're having a great day so far. Mine's not too bad. Not too bad at all. That was a little Alabama there for you. We've got your statewide and local news coming up for you. Oh, a little over a minute or something. So in the meantime, you got to listen to me. Ha, ha, ha. Just kidding. Looks like today is going to be good weather. 54, but overcast, but not too bad. Not too bad at all. So, it's a little bit of misting out there this morning, but that should dissipate before long. It was a little bit, just real light rain kind of just hanging around this morning as I was driving in. So, just had to use the wipers every now and then. No big deal. Wasn't any water standing in the roads or anything like that. So, it was a pretty safe trip. Today, we have on our birthday list Alyssa Selby, Wanda Darland, Adriana Coslow Devine, Dean Edward Gooch, and Sean Wilder. That was my brother I was telling you about earlier. All these have a happy birthday today. And if you have a birthday or anniversary, I've got one more time I'll be able to announce that around a quarter till. So give me a call at the station, 859-734-4321, and we'll get you added to the list so that you can be in the drawing for the DQ birthday cake every Friday. Radio Rick gives it away around the end of his show, like around 10 to 10, something like that. And you just go up there and pick up your cake.
Country and more. WHBN.
Pack your bags. We're going to take you on a musical journey like no other with Take 3. They'll be at the Boyle County Performing Arts Center Thursday, March 14th at 7 p.m. That's where rock meets Bach. This unique trio of violin, cello, and piano brings together the power and energy of rock music with the sophistication and beauty of classical Bach. Experience a fusion of styles that'll leave you breathless and wanting more. With their virtuosic performances and electrifying stage presence, Take 3 is a must-see show that'll thrill audiences of all ages. Don't you dare miss it. It will be Thursday, March 14th at 7 p.m. Boyle County Performing Arts Center, Take 3. Classically infusing the favorites of the Beatles, Bieber, or Coldplay. Take 3 are nothing short of exhilarating and have electrified audiences for years. Take 3, Boyle County Performing Arts Center, Thursday, March 14th, 7 p.m. The Boyle County Performing Arts Center is located at 315 Cunningham Way, Boyle County Middle School.
The hometown place where all the locals eat is the old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg. The fresh veggies and sides, the famous banana soft serve ice cream, all make it a great place to eat with family and friends. Stop in for breakfast or come by for lunch. Be sure to get a Titan burger or a Bulldog burger. And when the weather is nice, enjoy a meal on the outdoor patio. Specials every day. Call ahead for carryout. Located in Harrodsburg on South Greenville Street, the Old Bus Station Restaurant, open Tuesday through Saturday 7 to 2. The Old Bus Station in downtown Harrodsburg.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
A daring rescue in Louisville this afternoon. A semi-truck was involved in a crash on the Clark Memorial Bridge, causing its cab to hang over the Ohio River. Louisville Fire Chief Brian O'Neill.
It's extremely lucky. Not so much that it would detach from the trailer, but just that the entire truck didn't go into the river. The position that's in, some of your drone footage will show that better than what we can see from here. It's tremendously lucky that it didn't go over.
A driver was rescued from the cab. 2 others that were injured in the crash leading up to the rescue suffered life-threatening injuries. A body was found as crews worked to put out a southern Kentucky fire. It happened last night at a home in the Flat Lick area of Knox County. When crews arrived on the scene, they found a body inside of the home. So far, that person's identity has not been released. The General Assembly would have the final say in removing statues from the Kentucky Capitol Rotunda under a bill that was approved by the House today. House Bill 513 is opposed by Representative Josie Raymond.
Sponsor, can you put my mind at ease by telling me how much confidence you have that this body would not restore a statue of a racist slaver and secessionist like Jefferson Davis or someone equally reprehensible?
The question's out of order, lady from Jefferson.
The bill's sponsor says his bill has nothing to do with the 2020 removal of the Jefferson Davis statue. It now heads to the Senate. And Kentucky elementary school students would be required to learn how to write in cursive under a bill that advanced in the General Assembly. The Senate Education Committee unanimously passed the measure, which states that cursive writing shall be included as a course of study beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. I'm Haley Hansen.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
It's time for the news, all about your neighbors and probably about you. It's your local news, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Monday through Saturday.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville is asking for public input to help city staff and the City Commission identify priorities as they begin to plan for this year's budget. You can give your input by completing a survey that the city is sending out or completed online. Paper copies will be mailed in this month's utility bill. They should be submitted back to City Hall by March the 15th. For the third time, a bill has been introduced that would make Juneteenth a state holiday. Juneteenth is June the 19th, which celebrates the day the last slaves were freed in the United States. A bill similar to that was introduced and passed unanimously in 2022 in the Kentucky House, but never got a hearing in the Senate. Then last year, the bill stalled in a committee. This year's version, Senate Bill 264, has also not yet been heard by a committee. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
Here are the obituaries. Wendell L.H. Drakeford, age 74, of Georgetown, formerly of Harrodsburg, died Sunday. He was the husband of Vicki Carol Bills Drakeford. There are no services planned at this time. Sims Funeral Services is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
WHIR, WRNZ, WHBN are owned and operated by Hometown Broadcasting as part of the Hometown Radio Network. Hometown Broadcasting is an equal opportunity employer. Hometown Employment Opportunities. If your organization distributes information about employment opportunities to job seekers or refers job seekers to employers and would like to receive job vacancy notices for the Hometown Radio Network stations, please provide us with name, mailing address, email address if applicable, telephone number, fax number, and contact person to the following person at Hometown Broadcasting. Robert Wagner, General Manager, 2063 Shakertown Road, Danville, Kentucky, 40422. It is a policy of Hometown Broadcasting Incorporated to provide equal employment opportunity to all qualified individuals without regard to their race, color, religion, national origin, sex, age, and/or disability.
WHBN.
Disowned a few others than me. I guess it's because
When you're away from your radio, listen to WHBN online at hometownlive.net.
WHIR, WRNZ, WHBN are owned and operated by Hometown Broadcasting as part of the Hometown Radio Network. Hometown Broadcasting is an equal opportunity employer. Hometown Employment Opportunities. If your organization distributes information about employment opportunities to job seekers or refers job seekers to employers and would like to receive job vacancy notices for the Hometown Radio Network stations, please provide us with name, mailing address, email address if applicable, telephone number, fax number, and contact person to the following person at Hometown Broadcasting. Robert Wagner, General Manager, 2063 Shakertown Road, Danville, Kentucky, 40422. It is a policy of Hometown Broadcasting Incorporated to provide equal employment opportunity to all qualified individuals without regard to their race, color, religion, national origin, sex, age, and/or disability.
Papa's Truck Stop. Start this bus! The Bristol Express is on its way to the Food City 500 St. Patty's Day, and we got 2 seats for you. Go Chilled Limo and Papa's Truck Stop will put that check on your bucket list. It's Bristol, baby, and there will be 2 winners every Wednesday up to the race to win. Register now at Papa's Quick Stop in Danville. Who's this week's winner?
Kristen Stevens
and
Robert Key.
We're drawing 2 more winners next week, and it can be you.
Thank you, Papa's Truck Stop. It's Bristol, baby.
Harrisburg Tire and Automotive is a full-service auto center providing a wide range of tire and auto care services. They provide customers with tires of all brands and sizes. Harrisburg Tire and Automotive can accommodate vehicles from small cars to dually trucks. They offer a lot of auto maintenance services, including brakes, front-end work, alignments, engine repairs, computer diagnostics, tune-ups, oil changes, and so much more. North College Street next to Napa. Give them a call, 734-4563, 734-4563 for Harrisburg Tire.
It's 7:42.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is, and always will be, to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
And good morning to you. By the way, you just heard an ad for Harrisburg Tire. They did some work on my vehicle, put some tires on and things here a little while back. Told me some other stuff that I needed to get done, but, there was no pressure there. They were just great, just treated me wonderful. So if you need something done, go see those people. Your weather forecast for today, areas of patchy fog early with overcast today, high of 54. Tonight, some clouds, low of 42. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, high of 69. Tomorrow night, mainly clear skies, low of 55. Monday, partly cloudy with a high of 75. Tuesday, 60% chance of showers with a high of 67. Wednesday, 61% chance of rain for the high of 56. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 65. And Friday, 60% chance of showers with a high of 61. Still showing 46 degrees at the station right now. My birthday list, I have Alyssa Selby. I have Wanda Darland, Adriana Coslow Devine, and Dean Edward Gooch, and posthumously to my brother Sean Wilder. And if you have any others, we can still add you on the list. I just won't have a chance to announce it today. Or I can put on to do a belated birthday tomorrow, because we do those on Sundays as well. So just give me a call at the station, 859-734-4321. That gets you registered. Make sure to give me a phone number along with a name. We'll put you on the list. And Radio Rick each Friday toward the end of the show, about 10 minutes before, 10 minutes till 10, he'll give away the DQ birthday cake. All you got to do, we call them, tell them who the winner is, and you go up there and give them a call, say, hey, I'll be up there to pick up my cake, and you get a free birthday cake. I mean, what more could you ask for? Those are great cakes. If you never tried one, you got to try one. We got the Sports Saturday report coming up for you. Stick around, 8 o'clock hour for Gardening with James, followed by What's Happening Goldie.
It is the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Let's get you caught up on sports around the Commonwealth right here on the Kentucky News Network. Starting in men's college basketball last night in Nashville, Eastern Kentucky got 21 points from Leland Walker. Unfortunately, they shot just 39% from the floor and only 28% from three-point range. They fall to Lipscomb 81-67, though despite the loss and with help from others, the Colonels will be the number 1 seed in the upcoming A-Sun tournament, taking on the winner of the 9-10 Kennesaw State-Jacksonville matchup. That game will take place in Richmond on Tuesday. 15th-ranked Kentucky men's basketball is back at it today as they welcome Arkansas to the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. And with all the talk this week surrounding former North Laurel standout Reed Shepherd, you can bet he'll get a lot of attention today. This at a time when Coach Cal admits the freshman sensation, well, he's simply a work in progress.
And I got to let Reed go some, but there are times he leaves the man he doesn't need to leave and he gives up a three. It's kind of like Robert on offense. You got to let him go a little bit because he could go on a run. With Reed, defensively, he's making some plays that change the direction of the game, the whole complexion.
Elsewhere around the Commonwealth, Louisville will host Syracuse. Western Kentucky's at Florida International. And tied with UT Martin for the top spot in the OVC, Morehead State will shoot for a conference title and honor their seniors today when they take on Lindenwood. Murray State will wrap up the regular season tomorrow at Indiana State. One game in women's college basketball here in the Commonwealth. Western Kentucky is hosting Florida International in their penultimate game of the regular season. Again, a big day in horse racing today. 4 Derby prep races on tap, starting with the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth from Gulfstream. At Turfway, it's the John Battaglia Memorial. Meanwhile, going coast to coast, it's the Grade 3 Gotham at Aqueduct. And of course, it's the Grade 2 San Felipe out west at Santa Anita. Stick with us at the Kentucky News Network. We'll keep you updated on all the races leading up to Kentucky Derby 150. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Love gets better with B&L Jewelers.
Buyer beware. No matter what you're in the market for, it's buyer beware. This is Lauren from B&L Jewelers. Every day we see people come into B&L Jewelers and want us to look at the great deal they got online or at a discount jewelry store. Usually, the item they bought is not really what they thought they were getting, which leads to disappointment.
Love gets better with B&L Jewelers.
Here at B&L Jewelers, we try to educate you on the diamond you are buying. So when you give the gift of love, you have all the confidence of your decision to buy from B&L Jewelers was the correct one. We back up all of our jewelry with a lifetime guarantee and a trade-up policy, which you will receive full credit of the purchase price for your diamond in the future. As always, we offer special financing and 6 months free layaway. Come and see us here at B&L Jewelers today in the Danville Manor Shopping Center.
Love gets better with B&L Jewelers.
Wake up to a treat that's more than cereal.
Beautiful morning.
Big Deals Online Store is throwing a breakfast party. Break away from your boring breakfast routine with Wendy's new breakfast burrito. Visit hometownlive.net's Big Deals Online Store and click the link to enter the Wendy's Breakfast Bash giveaway. A scrumptious mix of breakfast burritos, seasoned fries, and more are up for grabs. You could win a Wendy's breakfast party for 25 people in your office from Wendy's and Hometown Radio Network. Enter now at hometownlive.net. Click on the Big Deals Online Store link. You'll feel sunny side up all day long. No purchase necessary to register. Sign up once a day to increase your odds to win. Winner drawn on March 11th. It's going to be a delicious good time.
The ultimate in dining pleasures at the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. Since 1995, the Bread of Life Cafe's been serving up good old Southern cooking featuring 3 mouth-watering loaded buffets, an extensive menu, and plenty of family atmosphere. Meet your friends for the Saturday morning breakfast buffet, 7 till 10:30. All you care to eat, just $8.99. Thursday night's a senior night. Save 20% for seniors 55 and older. Friday night after 4, cast your line and catch the all you care to eat awesome fried catfish buffet with all the trimmings, $12.99. Delight your taste at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on 127.
Are you considering a new home purchase or maybe a remodel? Are you looking for a stable partner you can trust to help you understand your options? This is Jason Tyler. I'm a loan officer at Whitaker Bank in Harrodsburg. As part of your community, I'm here to help you understand the best options for you today and in the future. Give me a call at 859-734-3316 and let me show you what Uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank is Uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Country and more. WHBN.
I'm looking at a busy bartender. There's a one-man party going on. I'm sitting here nursing a long neck beer, trying to forget you're gone. I've got a fresh roll of quarters for an all-night honky-tonk sound. Keeps me singing a different tune, so the bottle won't let me down. Drinking songs and other logic get me over you. If there's a bullet, I can dodge it with a shot of 90 proof. With a jukebox now in session and a haggard ringing true. Drinking songs and other logic get me through. It's a good life here in the nightlife, bathing in the neon glow. The bartender, me, and the kings of country, playing everything we know. The red-headed stranger smoking, he burned a hole in his guitar, and I'm drowning in a whiskey river, Lord, that's running right through this bar. Drinking songs and other logic get me over you. If there's a bullet, I can dodge it with a shot of 90 proof. With the jukebox now in session and Willie ringing true. Drinking songs and other logic get me through. Oh, lonesome me, I'm walking floors, hello walls and swinging doors. You cheating heart, you done me wrong, and the list goes on and on. Drinking songs and other logic get me over you. If there's a bullet, I can dodge it with a shot of 90 proof. With a jukebox now in session and the music ringing true. Drinking songs and other logic get me through. Drinking songs and other logic get me through.
All the great country classics are on WHBN AM 1420 and now FM 99.5.
And good morning to you. It's kind of cloudy. It's going to be cloudy all day. It's going to be a high of 54. And a little bit of mist falling every now and then with rain, but not really any rain showers expected. Just kind of a little mist this morning, and it should clear up this afternoon. We got coming up for you. We got some news, KNN news that is, and we'll have Gardening with James, brought to you by Mulch to Go at 8 o'clock, or right after the news. And then at 8:30, we'll have What's Happening Goldie. 9 o'clock, Breakfast with the Coaches, right here on WHBN.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
A daring rescue in Louisville this afternoon. A semi-truck was involved in a crash on the Clark Memorial Bridge, causing its cab to hang over the Ohio River. Louisville Fire Chief Brian O'Neill.
It's extremely lucky. Not so much that it would detach from the trailer, but just that the entire truck didn't go into the river. The position that's in, some of your drone footage will show that better than what we can see from here. It's tremendously lucky that it didn't go over.
A driver was rescued from the cab. 2 others that were injured in the crash leading up to the rescue suffered life-threatening injuries. A body was found as crews worked to put out a southern Kentucky fire. It happened last night at a home in the Flat Lick area of Knox County. When crews arrived on the scene, they found a body inside of the home. So far, that person's identity has not been released. The General Assembly would have the final say in removing statues from the Kentucky Capitol Rotunda under a bill that was approved by the House today. House Bill 513 is opposed by Representative Josie Raymond.
Sponsor, can you put my mind at ease by telling me how much confidence you have that this body would not restore a statue of a racist slaver and secessionist like Jefferson Davis or someone equally reprehensible?
The question's out of order, lady from Jefferson.
The bill's sponsor says his bill has nothing to do with the 2020 removal of the Jefferson Davis statue. It now heads to the Senate. And Kentucky elementary school students would be required to learn how to write in cursive under a bill that advanced in the General Assembly. The Senate Education Committee unanimously passed the measure, which states that cursive writing shall be included as a course of study beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. I'm Haley Hansen.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds through the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
Thanks for listening to The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now FM 99.5.
You know, I think that's a good idea. I was just talking with Mr. James the Gardener Ross here, and we were talking about how they're going to make kids start learning cursive. I saw a thing on Facebook, and they said, you want to torment some kids? Put them in a room with a TV with no remote, a rotary dial phone, you know, and a VCR.
Right.
And leave the instructions on how to do that in cursive. Right. You know, how to operate everything. Watch them torment, drive them crazy. But I think it's a good idea because there's a lot of people that still write in cursive. You know, my cursive is terrible. That's why I print. But I learned that with different jobs I've had.
Yeah. Well, you know, cursive writing is a lost art. You know, and some cursive writing is better than others. Mm-hmm. You know, they just need to learn how to just do the basic cursive writing so they can spell their name or something that they've got to put a signature on.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you can't print your signature. You've got to actually spell it in cursive writing.
Yeah.
And a lot of kids, you know, need to know how to learn that just for the basics.
Now, my understanding is somebody at the bank one time told me this. Now, if you print your name as your signature, that's considered legally your signature. But to me, if you do it in cursive, it's much harder to duplicate.
Right.
You know, because everybody has their own style when it comes to cursive, just like they do with their print.
Yep.
But to me, that's just a little more secure.
Yeah,
but,
because most of them says print your name at the top.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks, man. I appreciate the little talk.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Scott Carr. A judge in Atlanta says he'll likely rule within a couple of weeks whether or not Fulton County DA Fani Willis will be allowed to proceed with her election interference and racketeering case against former President Donald Trump and other defendants. Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee heard closing arguments Friday. Willis maintains there was no inappropriate financial incentives connected to her appointment of lead prosecutor Nathan Wade, despite the pair being in a relationship. This, as former President Trump's classified documents mishandling case is expected now to be pushed back into the summer.
The Florida criminal case is currently set to begin on May 20th. Trump's legal team has been trying to delay the case until after the November election. A hearing was held Friday to consider the request, with Trump's team calling for an August 12th start date. Special counsel Jack Smith is requesting a July 8th start date to ensure a verdict before the election. Judge Eileen Cannon, who's a Trump appointee, did not set a new trial date during the hearing. I'm Jim Forbes.
President Biden says the U.S. will start airdropping humanitarian aid, in particular food, into Gaza. The White House says the humanitarian situation has become more dire in the Gaza Strip as the war continues between Israel and Hamas. That effort became more complicated after more than 100 Palestinians were killed in Gaza after reports say Israeli forces opened fire on a crowd. The White House is facing growing pressure to do more to restrain Israel. The threat of a government shutdown has been pushed back a few weeks. President Biden has signed a government funding bill that postpones the deadline later into the month. In coming weeks, U.S. lawmakers will have to come to an agreement to pass a series of appropriations bills. The new legislation pushes back one funding deadline to next Friday and another to March 22nd. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
In a plea deal, a co-defendant of indicted New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is pleading guilty. Liz Warner has that.
In a Manhattan courtroom, trucking and insurance broker Jose Uribe pleaded guilty to 7 counts, including conspiracy to commit bribery, fraud, obstruction of justice, and tax evasion, while he also agreed to cooperate fully with prosecutors in the international bribery case. Uribe was accused of a corrupt relationship with Menendez, providing a Mercedes-Benz for the senator's wife in exchange for Menendez's help in a fraud investigation. Meantime, Menendez and all the other co-defendants have pleaded not guilty in the case.
The wildfire that's been burning in the Texas Panhandle is now an historic one, the largest in the history of the state of Texas.
It's the size of some states in our country.
Governor Greg Abbott says so far between 400 and 500 structures have been destroyed.
When you look at the damages, it's just gone. Nothing left but ashes on the ground.
He thanked neighboring states like Oklahoma that have been supplying hay to Texas ranchers. The fire's been quickly torching dry grasslands as well as causing the deaths of hundreds of cattle. Winds have been picking up, increasing the fire danger this weekend. 3 NASA astronauts and a Russian cosmonaut are getting ready for a trip to the International Space Station. Liftoff for the SpaceX Crew 8 mission is set for just after 11 p.m. Eastern tonight from Florida. The crew will be on board the station for almost half a year, conducting over 2,000 experiments, they say, and technology demonstrations. Federal officials are warning consumers about a brand of hydrogen peroxide mouthwash that's being recalled due to risks of poisoning. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says Heritage Store hydrogen peroxide mouthwash's packaging is not child-resistant, and they warn the product should be put in a place that children can't reach it. Producer Nutraceutical Corporation of Utah is working on letting customers know and offering refunds or replacements. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville is asking for public input to help city staff and the City Commission identify priorities as they begin to plan for this year's budget. You can give your input by completing a survey that the city is sending out or complete it online. Paper copies will be mailed in this month's utility bill. They should be submitted back to City Hall by March the 15th. For the third time, a bill has been introduced that would make Juneteenth a state holiday. Juneteenth is June the 19th, which celebrates the day the last slaves were freed in the United States. A bill similar to that was introduced and passed unanimously in 2022 in the Kentucky House, but never got a hearing in the Senate. Then last year, the bill stalled in a committee. This year's version, Senate Bill 264, has also not yet been heard by a committee. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Electricity helps keep our modern lifestyle going. But if the electrical system in your house is outdated, you may be headed for trouble. Watch for these symptoms of electrical problems: replacing fuses or resetting circuit breakers frequently, switch plates, outlet covers, cords, or plugs that are warm, cut, broken, or cracked insulation on electrical wiring. If these symptoms are present, you need a safety inspection by a licensed inspector. To learn more, talk to your electric cooperative.
And that's Intercounty Energy, a Touchstone Energy cooperative.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, my plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
This is Goldie Goldsmith McNary, inviting you to join me each week for What's Happening Goldie, a talk show that features interesting people about interesting things. We'll learn how to stay healthy and keep fit, and we'll explore the world of entertainment. So join me for What's Happening Goldie.
What's Happening Goldie every Wednesday at 10:05 a.m. and Saturday at 8:30 a.m. on WHBN 1420 a.m. and 99.5 FM.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday morning. A little bit of rain, but I think we'll get past that, and looking forward to tomorrow with some sunshine, and rest of the week some sunshine, a little bit more rain. But they say spring showers bring May flowers, so let's get prepared for that and start getting creative about about what what we plan to do, with our apartment landscaping, as far as their plants and trying to grow food, and getting their pots together. Hopefully, you've got your pots or your containers or whatever out there, and you're within the next week or so, we start buying soil and getting those plans together, and you've got your projects all set up. I've got a couple of them, one one's a large one. It's going to take about 4 of us to do, and we've got to go in, and the lady's going to sell her house, and but she's got a lot of overgrown stuff in the front and the back. This going to require a trailer and 4 people. So the goal is to I've got three people set up already for the project, and I'm waiting on one more answer to make sure that they have the equipment that we're going to need in order to do this project. But we're going to try to do this project in hopefully 2 days. Digging up undergrown trees, like the little small ones that just pop up all over the yard, and bushes that are way too big or half dead or whatever, and haul a bunch of tree branches that they've been storing at the back of the yard. That's probably going to take 2 or 3 trips to get all that out, and because they're planning to move out of state where their mother lives, and somewhere along the line they would like to sell it. So we're trying to work out all the details and the weather. Weather is always a problem sometimes, because just the day you want to do it, it's probably raining or something, and so you gotta wait another day. But we're coming along with that, and then I've got maybe 2 more projects that I could probably do myself. Probably take me about maybe 4 or 5, maybe 6 hours to do, and that's just kind of redesigning a front yard and a side yard. So she's got her ideas, and I've got a few of my own. So we're trying to work that part out, and trying to figure out how much mulch we're going to need, and if she wants to do it in wood, or if she wants to buy some tin beds, or what she wants a border that looks like in the front, because she wants to spruce that up, and she wants to put some really colorful flowers and tulips and bulbs and all kinds of different things in the front yard. And my suggestion was just the tulips and the bulbs, like, say, those are great. Let's put some other things in there, so this way, as we, each year as we get closer to spring, they start to form, start to come up. They're the first ones to show color, and that's what she wants. And so that's going to be a fun project. I can see that one coming up, and the other one is just pretty simple, just going in and cleaning up last year's design for the people, and maybe put some brick around that border, so this way it'll stand out a little bit better, give some more color, and just try to spruce it up, so this way when they sit out on the front porch, they can sit out there and smile, because when the neighbors go by, they'll say, hey, that's a nice looking yard, you got some great plants. We appreciate the improvement on what you did from last year, because last year was awesome, and this year might cost them maybe $200 to get it together. But I look forward to it. I done got myself in decent shape. I was I didn't only gained about 15 pounds this year, over the winter, and I've probably knocked off about 10, because when I had good weather, say at Constitution Square, I was going at it. I get there at say 8 o'clock, and I'd get started right away. I get that trailer out, get that zero turn out, and I'll go around and I'll start collecting the things I need, and improving on some of the beds, because there's a couple of buildings there that doesn't have, they've got flower beds that had been there for years, but truly unattended. They just put some flowers in, and that was it. So this year I've made some improvements to those, and I've got bulbs in places, and with lilies, and I've got my seeds germinating. They're starting to sprout, so I'm kind of looking forward to put some extra color, in front of the buildings and on the side of the buildings up there. So this way, it have some really nice color. So yeah, that's been fun, and I know people who walk all the time and they get 15 to 20,000 steps in a day, and me, I'm just barely getting to 10,000 steps every time I go to Constitution Square, but it's enough to keep me busy and something I can maintain without, having to go sit down every 15 minutes because I'm tired. So things are improving up there, and Monday we're going to have a celebration, or not a celebration, but a dedication to those folks who died of COVID. They put in a white dogwood tree, and I was asked to get some flowers and different things to put around it. So after the city, because it was the city who came in this time and planted the white dogwood, and so I put some flowers around it. I'm going out probably today and pick up some bulbs because it's going to be right beside the post office. They're right there on Main Street. There's a bed there that I've been working on for probably a year or two and trying to get it improved. And because I've got 3 beds, like I say, I've got one at the post office on the side, and I've got one in front of the little church, and I've got the art center where a friend of mine she works at, and she has she doesn't get very much sun, so I'm trying to figure out a best way of try to improve the walkway that goes into the building, and I've got some ideas, and so this way when you turn and go into the art center there, look really nice. So because my goal for this year was to try to improve at least 50% more of what I did last year, and I think that's a fun way to try to get my goals set for the year, and so I've been trying to run through all these ideas and gathering my plants. I got my books out, reading about plants. Some of them have to be put in the refrigerator for 24 hours. Some of them have to be put in sand, and especially like a wildflower mix. Some of them are saying that, hey, put it in sand, mix it up real good, and I'm trying to find me something like a pepper shaker, but bigger, where the holes are just not a whole lot bigger, but bigger. So this way, when I start sprinkling the seeds with the sand in it, it'll come out nice and even, and I think it'll work a whole lot better. So that's what I'm on the lookout for now, is to try to find something to shake my seeds in with sand and be able to sprinkle wildflowers over a bed, and so it come out evenly. So it's been fun. Like I said, I've been getting into my research and trying to figure out the best way to do things and try to make life easier for myself. And so if somebody got some ideas on how to or maybe I can find something a little bit that's bigger than a pepper shaker, but it will shake your seeds out pretty easily. Give me a ring or send me an email at spreadingcompost@gmail.com. Let's see, we got a call coming in. Hold on just a second. Gardening with James. Hello. Gardening with James. All right, you can try back. All right. Okay. Yeah, that was my fault. I hadn't pushed the. There we go. Let's try it again. Gardening with James.
Hey, James, it's Kurt.
Hey, Kurt.
Just a real quick shaker you can make would be big enough, I think, for a big project like what you think you might be doing. Take like a Maxwell House coffee container, the plastic ones.
Yeah.
And the lid pops off of it real quick, and get you a drill, different size bits, and put a few holes in the top of that thing, and you're good to go.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I've got some of those. I've got a couple of the plastic ones that just got got thick holes, and like you say, just get the right size drill bit, so the seeds won't come out too fast, but they'll come out kind of even. So yeah, that'll work out pretty good. I appreciate that.
No worries. And seed tips, I've started some stuff already, and I guess maybe next week I'm probably going to start some tomatoes. Some people probably already got them going, but I'm trying to do everything by myself and then in my living room.
Right. You got to have some place to do them.
You got to have some place to do it, yeah. And, I'm small scale, so.
That's right.
Anyway, trying to, real quick, the seed size has a lot to do with the depth of planting. So the smaller the seed, you may just, it might need light to germinate, so.
Yeah. I'm like you. I've put at work, there's like a little side room there that where the sink and everything is at. What I usually do, I just leave the light on in there and just close the door. And, because I did that Friday, so that way when I come back in on Monday, there would have been light in there for at least, 48 hours. So to try to help that out. So, yeah, that's what I'm trying to be smarter this year.
That's what I try to do too. You have a great day.
All right, Kurt, you take it easy. Thank you. Bye. All right. So yeah, I've got some coffee containers at home, and like I said, I'll figure out the drill size, and I'll shake some out on a piece of paper to make sure that I'm not getting too many, and try to find the right size. I'll start with a small one and work my way up until they start kind of inkling out, kind of even, and I'll give that a try. Yeah, because somebody else had told me that had said, well, hey, maybe you can find a way to shake them out, and I'm just trying to run it through my head, like some ideas on how to do that. And but yeah, so yeah, something as simple as that would probably work out real well. So when I get to work, I'll have me a little coffee container of some kind, and I'll go out and I'll get me some sand and come back, and I'll start mixing those wildflower seeds together and start shaking away. I tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back.
Love gets better with B&L Jewelers.
Good service is just as important as quality. And at B&L Jewelers, you get both competitive prices and exceptional service for every customer. Find the perfect bridal and engagement rings. Or better yet, B&L Jewelers will help you custom design your rings so that you can create something unique to express your love. We carry fine jewelry and watches, including Citizens and Bulova. Or we can special order whatever you need. We also buy gold and silver. And we offer 6-month layaway with no fees. We do all our jewelry repairs in-house. So stop in today for a free jewelry cleaning and diamond inspection on the corner of Houstonville Road and Highway 150 in the Danville Manor Shopping Center. Online at bnljewelers.com. Find us on Facebook.
Love gets better with B&L Jewelers.
Wake up to a treat that's more than cereal.
Beautiful morning.
Big Deals Online Store is throwing a breakfast party. Break away from your boring breakfast routine with Wendy's new breakfast burrito. Visit hometownlive.net's Big Deals Online Store and click the link to enter the Wendy's Breakfast Bash giveaway. A scrumptious mix of breakfast burritos, seasoned fries, and more are up for grabs. You could win a Wendy's breakfast party for 25 people in your office from Wendy's and Hometown Radio Network. Enter now at hometownlive.net. Click on the Big Deals Online Store link. You'll feel sunny side up all day long. No purchase necessary to register. Sign up once a day to increase your odds to win. Winner drawn on March 11th. It's going to be a delicious good time.
Papa's Truck Stop. Start this bus! The Bristol Express is on its way to the Food City 500 St. Patty's Day, and we got 2 seats for you. Gold Chilled Limo and Papa's Truck Stop will put that check on your bucket list. It's Bristol, baby, and there will be 2 winners every Wednesday up to the race to win. Register now at Papa's Quick Stop in Danville. Who's this week's winner?
Kristen Stevens
and
Robert Key.
We're drawing 2 more winners next week, and it can be you.
Thank you, Papa's Truck Stop. It's Bristol, baby.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Arnold Family MedSave Pharmacy, saving you on all your prescription drugs. Located on South College Street across from Pizza Hut. Arnold Family MedSave Pharmacy.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, we're back in the garden. So things have been pretty busy. Like say Monday, they're going to be coming. The mayor and all those folks, they'll be coming to the dedication with the tree, and we've had film crews there for. They'll be there until I think the 13th of April. They're filming all kinds of different things around Danville, and they got a nice little crew there, and one of the gentlemen, he's from Danville. He owns a business in town, and then the other part of the crew, they most of them come from California, so they're staying at hotels in Mercer and Danville and a couple other places around here, and I've had a chance to talk to them and kind of pick their brain because I can do video. I'm pretty good at like a 3-minute video, trying to put all the pieces together. But I would like to create a 7-minute video of just different things. And because after it gets past 3 minutes, my brain starts to fade and don't quite have the knowledge to finish that up. So I've been picking their brain, and I've showed them some videos of the things that I've done, and they said, hey, you're on the right track. You just have to, put a little bit more, different things. They told me the things that I need to do in order to try to improve it. And I took a few notes, and so I've been kind of practicing with that. And so I'm just trying to get myself together to, move on to the next stage in my life. And, and graphic design I love, and the arts. I love the digital arts, and so I've been practicing a lot of that during the winter, trying to get that skill down. I'm trying to create a couple of coloring books. I've got a book that I'm working on. It's called Busy Bee Garden for children, and I've got probably now I think I'm up to maybe 10 pages. So I'm getting there with my first book and first 1 or 2 coloring books. So just trying to stay busy. Well, you folks have a great, great weekend. My time is up. I will talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM, and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
This is the Kentucky News Network. A wild scene in downtown Louisville on Friday after a semi crashed and dangled over the side of the 2nd Street Bridge. Firefighter Bryce Carden was among those trying to get the driver out of the cab. He rappelled off the side.
She was just praying. She was praying a lot, and I prayed with her.
That entire cab just dangling over the Ohio River. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg praising that firefighter who saved the driver.
Firefighter Bryce Carden is 29 years old. He's a JCPS graduate. He's been with Louisville Fire for 6 years, and he specializes in high-angle rescues like what you all saw took place.
The driver taken to the hospital. She did not suffer any serious injuries. Metro Police say 2 people in a car that was also involved in that crash did suffer serious injuries, at least one of them in a life-threatening condition. The semi-truck was eventually removed from the scene by nightfall. Kentucky transportation crews have been inspecting the bridge now. It is closed. The Kentucky Senate now getting a bill that would give lawmakers the decision when it comes to removing statues from the Capitol Rotunda. HB 513 from State Rep David Hale says that no statue or piece of art shall be removed without approval of the General Assembly.
But I do certainly believe that this piece of legislation will bring authority back to the members of the legislative body, and I feel that's where it needs to be at this point.
Back in 2020, Governor Beshear urged for the statue of the President of the Confederacy to be removed, and it was taken down. Hale says his bill doesn't have anything to do with that. And remembering a student from Campbellsville University allegedly murdered in his dorm, students at nearby Lindsey Wilson holding a vigil this week to remember Josiah Kilman. I'm Jack Crumley. This is the Kentucky News Network.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
If you want to make the most of your vacation, there's no better place than the Bluegrass State. Kentucky's 44 state parks offer abundant places to play and diverse accommodations to stay. Take a hike, float your boat, or bike the trails. Pitch a tent under the stars or settle into a lakefront lodge. Tee up for 18 holes, then enjoy a signature meal. Plan your trip at parks.ky.gov.
Last place feeling in life is no place to be. Ready for a new way of living? The Isaiah House will put you first. Long-term and short-term residential treatment, outpatient treatment, medication-assisted treatment, transitional living, and job skills training. Isaiah House has the programs to the path of help, hope, and healing. End the hurting. Take the first step toward a happier, healthier you. Call the Isaiah House anytime, 24 hours a day.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville is asking for public input to help city staff and the City Commission identify priorities as they begin to plan for this year's budget. You can give your input by completing a survey that the city is sending out or complete it online. Paper copies will be mailed in this month's utility bill. They should be submitted back to City Hall by March the 15th. For the third time, a bill has been introduced that would make Juneteenth a state holiday. Juneteenth is June the 19th, which celebrates the day the last slaves were freed in the United States. A bill similar to that was introduced and passed unanimously in 2022 in the Kentucky House, but never got a hearing in the Senate. Then last year, the bill stalled in the committee. This year's version is Senate Bill 264, has also not yet been heard by a committee. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis. Here are the obituaries. Wendell L.H. Drakeford, age 74, of Georgetown, formerly of Harrodsburg, died Sunday. He was the husband of Vicki Carol Bills Drakeford. There are no services planned at this time. Sims Funeral Services is in charge of the arrangements. And those today's obituaries at AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
It's time now for What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith Bigneri. What's Happening Goldie is brought to you by WHBN. And now, What's Happening Goldie?
Hello everyone, I'm so glad you joined me. My special guest today is Nashville jazz guitarist Cliff Richmond. I am live in Nashville, Tennessee with Cliff Richmond. And Cliff, you are an unbelievable musician. When did you start and when did you know that this was what you wanted to do for a living?
Well, I started playing guitar when I was 8. I saw some guys on TV doing, I don't give about a greenback a dollar, and I said, I want to play the guitar. Everybody else was playing pianos and French horns, and guitar fired me up. Then I guess I started playing in bands when I was about 12 or 13, doing Beatles songs and Four Tops and Isley Brothers. Been playing ever since. Sometimes making a full-time living at it, sometimes making a little extra income from it, but always playing a lot.
So when you didn't play full-time, what did you do?
I've got a lot of education, so I always tell people stay in school. Stay in school. I always tell people stay in school and get that done. Then do whatever you want to do. So I have all this schooling, and I was dead broke. I needed a way to make a couple $100 a week. I'm playing gig to gig, and that's hard to do. So I was going through the newspaper, and I saw an ad for tutors needed. Must be able to do secondary school math. I said, well, I can do that. So I started tutoring kids in algebra, geometry, SATs, and I'd have a lot of kids with ADD, a lot of kids with learning differences. So I'd sit them down on the drums, and have them count 1 and 2, and a 4, and a 1, and a 2. To settle down, and we can get that going. Then we could do the times tables, quadratic equations, parabolic functions, whatever it was. Just got to get them to settle down and get in the groove. Same thing worked with dyslexic kids reading, to get them going on a rhythm. I just get them going on a rhythm, and next thing you know, they're reading passages. So bringing the music to that was good. And all that while I was doing a lot of guitar lessons. And the tutoring business ran for about 20 years. I was real active, about 17. At one point I had 3 tutoring offices going. I was hiring graduate students to tutor chemistry or algebra or physics or French or Russian history or whatever the heck was going on.
That was awesome. You did all this, you said, so that you could play music.
Yeah, it was all so I could play music. And tutoring business worked for me in that regard because it was an afternoon business. I didn't really have to get busy till 1 o'clock. So I could stay up late, play my gigs. Rarely have to set the alarm clock. That's one of my rules I try and live by. Rarely set the alarm clock.
Cliff, you're well known here in Nashville, and I had an opportunity to listen to you play one night, and you were awesome. Do you play a lot of different venues in Nashville?
We have 2 places we play regularly in Nashville. Okay. People always say, where are you playing, where are you playing? Some things you can invite people to, some things you can't. So I'm fortunate that I have two places I play regularly. F. Scott's, which is really the only jazz club in town, and I do that every other Wednesday. And then there's another place around the corner called Tokyo Japanese Steakhouse. Everybody used to know it as a very well-attended Mexican place called La Paz. And I play there on Thursdays, and that's where you came out and heard me.
Yes, I was just blown away. You're one of those entertainers that, regardless of what compliment I give, it feels like it's just coming from an unreal place because you have just blown me away. You play jazz, blues, but do you do everything?
I don't think I do everything, but I like to play jazz. I like to play blues. I grew up as a rock guy listening to Hendrix. I have a lot of the blues and the Hendrix influence, I like to think. There are styles that are not my forte, for sure, but those are the ones I like to play. Reggae, Latin music, things with a groove.
I asked you why you didn't have a CD. Why don't you have a CD of your own?
I have the beginnings and the endings of a lot of them, but just haven't compiled one. So it's in the works.
Well, good, because I want one. I really want one. Nashville, as you said, it really isn't known as the jazz place, more of country, but how does the word spread? How do people find out about good musicians?
Well, the way you find good music is by going out where there's good music and asking these people where they go and what they listen to and what they're doing tomorrow night or what's going on this weekend.
So where do you see yourself 5 years down the road?
If I'm doing the same thing I'm doing now, I'm lucky.
Okay. That's great, and that's a great attitude. The other night you were also singing, which was so much fun because you were making up lyrics about people that were in the audience or about anything, and it was so entertaining. Do you tag yourself as a singer?
I'm getting there. I'm a singing guitar player. I'm a guitar player who sings okay, you know. I have an excellent voice coach who's helping me a little bit, but I've been singing for years. I love to sing. But I've always considered myself a guitar player first and a singer second. So it's fun to have something to work on. When you ask me what I'd like to be doing in 5 years, just getting better at all of it. The challenge is a joy.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Catch these savings at your Harrodsburg Napa. Evercraft 11-piece combination wrench set SAE polished chrome, $43.99. Castro GTX motor oil, 10W40, full synthetic, 5 quarts for $43.49. Xerox cooling system antifreeze, 1 gallon price, $13.99. Rain-X Latitude water repellency wiper blades, 24-inch, $13.49. Gear Up cargo mat, universal in black, $37.49. Your one-stop shop for savings is at your Harrodsburg Napa located at North College Street. Don't forget to sign up for your money-saving Napa rewards.
Do you own a business? If so, save money and time with Farmers National Bank's free business checking. You receive 1,000 free monthly transaction items, free online banking, free bill pay, free e-statements. Plus, you get a free gift at account opening. Call us at 866-888-0220 or stop into one of our convenient locations for assistance. Farmers National Bank, your lifetime bank. $50 minimum deposit at account opening. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
My special guest, Cliff Richmond, along with my brother, Nashville coach Ron Browning, produced a CD for my vocal student, Katie Harden. Each song has a jazzy blues feel to it. Here's one of those songs. Here's Katie Harden singing Stormy Monday with Cliff Richmond on his guitar.
They called it Stormy Monday, but Tuesday's just as bad. They call it Stormy Monday, but Tuesday, well, it's just as bad. Wednesday's worse, and Thursdays are so sad. Saturday, I'll go out and play. The eagle flies on Friday. Saturday, don't you know I'll go out and play. Sunday I'll go to church, and that's when I get down on my knees and I pray. I said, Lord have mercy. Oh Lord, won't you have some mercy on me? Oh Lord, Lord, have some mercy. Oh Lord, have some sweet mercy on my soul. See, I'm just trying to find my baby. Won't somebody please send him on home right to me? Have mercy. Oh Lord, won't you have some mercy on my soul? Lord, have mercy. Lord, won't you have some sweet mercy on my soul? See, I'm just trying to find my baby. Won't somebody please send him on home right to me?
When we come back, we'll go back to Nashville and talk some more with guitarist Cliff Richmond. So stay with us. What's Happening Goldie continues in a moment.
You're listening to WHBN, The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Imagine what it feels like to be a hero every day. You can make a difference in that. Coast Guard, jobs that matter.
Join the Coast Guard or Coast Guard Reserve. Save lives, stop drugs, protect the environment. Call toll-free 1-877-NOW-USCG.
Coast Guard, jobs that matter.
Call toll-free 1-877-NOW-USCG. The Coast Guard, jobs that matter.
Hi, this is Caraway and Adeline at Mattresses and More next door to Ace Hardware in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, come check out our tax refund sale. New merchandise arriving weekly and we sell off the floor. Get up to 35% off. We offer a layaway and 12 months same as cash with approved credit. Come see Aunt Nana. You'll be glad you did.
Thanks, girls. You're right. It is tax rebate time. Where are you going to spend yours? How about Mattresses and More? More than a mattress store. Located in Danville, Southland Plaza.
This WHBN weather forecast is a service of Northgate Medical Group. Dr. Richard Dart, APRN's Mackenzie Record, and Virginia Morris are accepting new patients at 859-734-3482.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
Yeah, something like that. Because you can hear that walk down and then it's kind of easy to know where you are.
Don't repeat the whole thing about.
That was my special guest, Cliff, and my brother Ron Browning, working on an arrangement for Katie Hardin's recording session. I'm in Nashville talking with jazz guitarist Cliff Richmond. Cliff, I just got to witness you playing and producing one of my students, and you have such a nurturing nature that I said even that I felt like that you could nurture me through a song because of your gentleness and your spirit. You have such a special giving spirit. Do you enjoy this?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, music is a give and take, so I can play in my living room by myself, but if I have people to share it with, I play differently when I'm working with different singers and different musicians. It's very much symbiotic sharing kind of thing. I spent years and years and years teaching, and I taught everything from guitar to algebra and chemistry and SATs. I tutored teenage kids for years and years and years. And I really enjoy that give and take. But when you bring it to music, it's a little different because people are feeding me. For example, your wonderful student over here, Miss Katie, she was great. I would play differently when she's singing than when she's not singing. And so I really enjoy it. And there's so many wonderful musicians in town. And Nashville is not really well known as a jazz town. But people love to play jazz. It's known as a hotbed of jazz talent, but it's not really a jazz recording center. So most of my friends make their living in other genres, but when they are in town, they are hungry to play some jazz or play some grooves, play some funk, some R&B, some Latin, some reggae. And they know if I'm playing, I play better, and I'm happier if they show up. So please come.
How do you prepare for your gigs?
Well, if they're just musical preparation, that's just a matter of warming up, stretches, vocal exercises, a couple motorboats, whatever it takes, and stretch out my arms and my hands and do a little yoga and get loose. If it's a gig that takes a lot of organizing, that's a whole different thing. A lot of them, I'm the band leader, I'm the organizer, then that's left brain, that's another animal.
Speaking of your hands, since you are a guitar player, do you do special things?
You know, runners are taught stretch before you run. Swimmers are taught swim, weightlifters. From day one, they're taught you must stretch or you will injure yourself. Musicians don't get that, or maybe they do now, but when I was a kid starting, nobody said you have to do some stretches for your hands and your fingers and your forearms. Yeah. And it wasn't until much, much later that you start to get some cramps or some pain. You say, wow, what am I doing? So you go back and do some stretches. So I have a whole routine of stretches. It takes about 10 minutes that I really want to do every day. Actually, I didn't do them today, which is kind of good. It's kind of like vocal exercises. If you just handle yourself correctly through the day, you warm up. It's nice to do the exercises, but it's also nice to not be dependent on them and not fearful if they didn't happen and suddenly someone says, hey, will you play or sing?
So what kind of advice would you give a young musician out there?
Oh, I don't know if I have any advice worth listening to, but I think for myself it's to have reasonable expectations. Enjoy the process, enjoy the music. It's a big part of who I am and who we are as musicians, and let the music come through. Work on it, practice it. Don't overkill, don't hurt yourself. Just have fun with it and take joy and pride as you get better and share it.
Coming up, we'll enjoy another song featuring Cliff on the guitar and Harrodsburg's very own Katie Hardin singing. So stay with us.
What's Happening Goldie will be back after this break. This is The Rooster, WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Is your business in need of meeting space? Is your business or group looking at guests coming into town? Or are you in need of a room yourself? Well, this is Jazz, Director of Sales at the Hampton Inn and Holiday Inn Express, located in Danville, Kentucky, where we are your home away from home. I can help handle those needs, so why don't you give me a call or shoot me a text today at 859-516-4720, 859-516-4720.
My name is Chase Harrington, and I'm from Nicholasville, Kentucky. I've been singing for about 7 years. When I got into performance, I came to Studio G. I've been learning how to look good on stage, how to bring out my voice more in the songs that I sing, how to get confidence. I hear an immense difference in my voice compared to when I started coming here.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
Once again, here's a song from Katie Hardin's CD titled Jazzy Blues Unplugged. It features my special guest, Cliff Richmond, on guitar.
Every honeybee fills with jealousy when they see you out with me. I don't blame 'em, goodness knows. My honeysuckle rose on the avenue, people look at you, and I know just why they do. You're much sweeter, goodness knows, my honeysuckle rose. I don't buy sugar, you just have to touch my cup. You're my sugar. It feels so sweet when you stir it up. On the avenue, people look at you, and I know just why they do. You're much sweeter, goodness knows, my honeysuckle rose. I don't buy sugar, you just have to touch my cup. You're my sugar. It feels so sweet when you stir it up. Flowers droop inside when you're passing by, and I know the reason why. You're much sweeter, goodness knows, my honeysuckle rose. You're much sweeter, goodness knows, my honeysuckle rose.
Well, that's a wrap. We sure hope you enjoyed today's show. We hope you join us again next week. Until then, I'm Goldie, and that's what's happening.
You've been listening to What's Happening, Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith Vigneri. What's Happening, Goldie is produced at Studio G by Goldsmith Vigneri Productions.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
The threat of a government shutdown has been pushed back a few weeks. The president has signed a government funding bill that postpones the deadline into later this month. In coming weeks, lawmakers will have to come to an agreement to pass a series of appropriations bills to keep the government open. The legislation pushes back one funding deadline to next Friday, another to March 22nd. A judge in Atlanta says he'll likely rule within a couple of weeks whether or not Fulton County DA Fawnie Willis will be allowed to proceed with her election interference and racketeering case against former President Donald Trump and other defendants. Closing arguments were heard in the case Friday. Willis maintains there were no inappropriate financial incentives connected to her appointment of lead prosecutor Nathan Wade, despite the pair being in a relationship. President Biden says the U.S. will start airdropping humanitarian aid, food in particular, into Gaza after the humanitarian situation has become more dire there. The effort's now more complicated after more than 100 Palestinians were killed in Gaza after reports say Israeli forces opened fire on a crowd. The writer and director of the film Rust, Joel Souza, says the armorer working on the set apologized profusely after he was shot on the set in 2021. The mishap also claimed the life of the film's cinematographer.
The crew was filming a scene in an old Western church with Alec Baldwin at the time. Souza said he heard a loud bang and it felt like somebody had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. He said he could see cinematographer Helena Hutchins' blood, who was killed. Souza said the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, looked distraught and came in apologizing before getting screamed at and ushered out. I'm Brian Shook.
3 American astronauts and a Russian cosmonaut are getting ready for a trip to the International Space Station. Liftoff for the SpaceX Crew 8 mission is set for just after 11 p.m. Eastern tonight. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Following speculation as to whether a whale died because of construction at a northeast offshore wind farm, some scientists at the University of Rhode Island are putting that theory to rest. Marine mammal biologist Robert Kenny, who studied whales and other marine vertebrates for 35 years, tells the Providence Journal there's zero evidence of wind farms seriously impacting whales. He describes any conjectures linking offshore wind farms to whale mortality as sheer misinformation. An Oceanside, California man whom prosecutors say tortured and killed at least 10 cats has been sentenced to 8 years in prison. Cliff Albert has the details.
A San Diego County deputy DA calls it one of the worst animal cruelty cases ever seen. Prosecutors say 31-year-old Joshua Boyer adopted cats through animal shelters, Craigslist, and other means. They say he charmed people into allowing him to adopt their cats, seeking out those who had too many cats to care for. According to the deputy DA, once Boyer had the cats, he put them in a shed and tortured and killed them for fun.
And as Phil Hewlett reports from California, it turns out the state's missing out on billions of gallons of storm water that wash out to sea every time it rains.
In a new report from the Pacific Institute, researchers conclude that 52 billion gallons of water go uncollected in the United States every day. In California, the annual runoff amounts to an average of more than 2 billion gallons per day. The researchers say the findings punctuate the need for a paradigm shift in how municipalities manage stormwater.
It turns out the upcoming 96th Annual Academy Awards will be giving out swag bags that are worth nearly $250,000 each. Distinctive Assets reports celebrity guests will receive gift bags this year filled with a variety of skincare and wellness products, but also luxury trips such as an all-inclusive stay at a Swiss chalet for up to 10 guests and a 3-night stay at a private villa on St. Bart's Island in the Caribbean. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville is asking for public input to help city staff and the City Commission identify priorities as they begin to plan for this year's budget. You can give your input by completing a survey that the city is sending out or complete it online. Paper copies will be mailed in this month's utility bill. They should be submitted back to City Hall by March the 15th. For the third time, a bill has been introduced that would make Juneteenth a state holiday. Juneteenth is June the 19th, which celebrates the day the last slaves were freed in the United States. A bill similar to that was introduced and passed unanimously in 2022 in the Kentucky House, but never got a hearing in the Senate. Then last year, the bill stalled in the committee. This year's version is Senate Bill 264, has also not yet been heard by a committee. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Pack your bags. We're going to take you on a musical journey like no other with Take 3. They'll be at the Boyle County Performing Arts Center Thursday, March 14th at 7 p.m. That's where rock meets Bach. This unique trio of violin, cello, and piano brings together the power and energy of rock music with the sophistication and beauty of classical Bach. Experience a fusion of styles that'll leave you breathless and wanting more. With their virtuosic performances and electrifying stage presence, Take 3 is a must-see show that'll thrill audiences of all ages. Don't you dare miss it. It will be Thursday, March 14th at 7 p.m. Boyle County Performing Arts Center, Take 3. Classically infusing the favorites of the Beatles, Bieber, or Coldplay. Take 3 are nothing short of exhilarating and have electrified audiences for years. Take 3, Boyle County Performing Arts Center, Thursday, March 14th, 7 p.m. The Boyle County Performing Arts Center is located at 315 Cunningham Way, Boyle County Middle School.
Hello, this is Dr. Matthew Duggar, optometrist and owner of Matthew Duggar Eye Care in Harrodsburg. We're currently accepting new patients and would love to be your next eye care provider. I take pride in every aspect of your visit to fit your eye care needs. We accept most vision and medical insurances, including Medicare, Medicaid, Vision Service Plan, and iMed. We have very competitive discount private pay pricing for the exam and glasses. We are located in Corral Business Center across from Southern States in Harrodsburg. Again, it's Dr. Matthew Duggar Eye Care.
It's 9:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the new Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet in Harrodsburg, 540 North College Street next to Timmy's 5 Point. Shop and save with Howard Carpenter.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today will be areas of patchy fog early, over the overcast, a high of 54. Tonight, some clouds, low of 42. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, high of 69. Tomorrow night, mainly clear skies, low around 55. Monday, partly cloudy with a high of 75. Tuesday, 70% chance of showers with a high of 67. Wednesday, 60% chance of rain showers with a high of 56. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 65. And Friday, 60% chance of rain showers with a high of 61. We currently are showing, let's refresh our temperature. Okay, it's 48 degrees out there right now. We got coming up for you next, Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches, live from the Old Bus Station Restaurant in Harrodsburg.
It's time once again for Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches and Players, live from the Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions, The Big Deals Online Store at HometownLive.net, and the Old Bus Station Restaurant. Now let's go out live to the Old Bus Station Restaurant.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Breakfast with the Coaches down here at the Old Bus Station. Jamie Dunn here to help me again this morning, so greatly appreciate him joining in. Had to roll him out of bed, I think, or force him to roll out of bed. So, very fun week this week, and we'll dig into that. We got Coach Jennifer Merchant with us this morning, and doing something a little bit different because and we'll talk about that reason here in just a few minutes. But this is Breakfast with the Coaches at the Old Bus Station. It is brought to you by Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, Farmers National Bank, Big Deals Online, 101 Business Solutions, and Whitaker Bank. Well, this week is postseason play. We started district tournament. East Jessamine was the host, and just a fun-filled, action-packed week. Had games every night, Jamie. So I know you were in a different role on when the girls were playing, but 5 nights this week made it a long week.
It made it an extremely long week. I really wasn't expecting to be this tired at the end of the week, traveling just to Nicholasville. Not like it's a long trip, but when you go every day, yeah, there's a little fatigue now.
Yeah, last night it was an exciting game, but at the same time I was glad it was over. So, but now we get to go to Lincoln and Pulaski County. So a little information there that we'll lead into here. But so the the boys district tournament opened up on Monday night, and Bergen and West Jessamine faced off. And during that game, West was able to pull away at the end. Bergen created it was a very, very close game, and we'll dig into some of those stats here in just a bit. But then the second night kicked off the girls district tournament, again, the 46th district, and Bergen and West faced off in the first game of the night, and West Jessamine defeated Bergen 60-32. And then our very own Lady Titans faced off with East Jessamine for the 4th time on the year. Is that right, Coach?
Yeah.
So, first of all, welcome this morning, and greatly appreciate you coming in. But you all faced off with East, and so then again for the 4th time. And so let's talk a little bit about that game and some of the things that we saw that the Lady Titans played very well. So give us a breakdown. Take you back to those.
So I guess we'll start preparing for the week. You know, as you said, this is our 4th matchup with East Jessamine, so we're very familiar with how they were going to play. In the last game, we came out and they threw a bunch of different defenses at us, and so we wanted to be prepared for that. We talked about what we would do in special situations of what they were going to do. Now, I can't say we necessarily prepared for the one that they threw at us. But we definitely talked about that and what we would do in those situations. But I definitely think going into that game, our girls were very focused, very mentally prepared. We told them that in postseason basketball, everybody starts the record back over 0-0, and every game's a must-win. And so we went out there, and every girl played their best. I think every girl contributed, even on the bench, and we talked about that. We need every single person. Everybody has a role on our team, and everybody has to fill it, and every single person did that.
So you come out, so you mentioned didn't necessarily prepare for what you...
Yeah, I couldn't have scripted that one, I don't think.
So let's talk about that. So what exactly did East do when they came out that surprised you?
So the last time we played them, they tried a box and one, which is a zone where they put somebody on Anna Kate. And this time they tried it. I guess they realized last time it didn't work, and they tried it this time on Sarah. So I don't necessarily think I would have scripted that one, but we had definitely talked about what we would do in a box and one situation. And so it just changed a little bit of what we needed to do, who was in what position. But I think we were prepared with what offenses we wanted to run in those situations. And I think Sarah played great despite having somebody chasing her around the court the whole game. And everybody else stepped up, too, against that zone, just finding the openings and finding where we could attack to score.
Yeah, and Gary was with me on that one, and we noticed right away. I looked up, and it was very early in the first quarter, and we were on offense, and they were down on our end where we were set up in the end zone. And the defensive player had her back to the ball and facing the goal, but just face guarding Sarah. And so I was like, they're in a box and one. And so, again, we've seen more box and ones this year than I've seen probably since I've started doing it combined all those years. But just a lot of teams going to that style of defense. But then at one point in time, they switched to a triangle and two.
Yeah.
And they started chasing Anna as well.
Yeah.
And so that didn't fare very well. But the adjustments you made, I think, if I remember correctly, you moved Sarah down low, more of a post player, and even when she was, and she converted to that post player. So she was, power dribble, step in off the block, and trying to put it up, drill several fouls, went to the foul line several times, but did a really good job of making that switch.
Yeah, she's definitely a very versatile player, and we're very lucky to have someone like her who can switch positions like that. We've talked about it all season. Most times another team will put a post player on her, but with her ability to be able to hit a three outside, it really stretches the defense and it really opens things up for us. But then in a game like that where you're talking about we come prepared, we have basically, if you include Sarah, 3 post players in the game, and then just to have the ability to be able to switch her inside and move somebody out, our players responded very well to that, and just the change in roles very quickly. As I said, we kind of discussed what we needed to do, but not necessarily in that way. But, Anna Kate comes over, I think, a couple trips down the game, and as you said, you notice it very early that they're playing a box and one on Sarah, and she's just like, what are we doing? We're like, we're going to do what we practice. We just got to change who's in what spot. And Sarah definitely fulfilled that role the way we needed her to. She still came out and contributed. It's not like we just put her in a corner and told her to stand there. Right. She's still able to contribute, and everybody contributed in that game, and it was just a great game. I mean, everyone who showed up, Skylar played a great game. Kate played great in her role. Alexa came in, she played good. Carden played good. Jaylee got in for a little bit, and she played good. Everybody contributed who got in the game, and everybody on the bench just kept the energy going. It was overall a great opening to the postseason.
Well, and again, moving her down low, it created some opportunities for her to kick the ball back out and so forth. But then realizing that wasn't really going to do what they needed to, then Sarah was able to find. She did hit. She was 2 of 3 from threes, so she was able to find those opportunities, and I had a feeling that was going to come as the game went along. But doing a really good job off the ball and then finding the open spot. But so you guys. Girls shot 45% for the night, and then right at 31% from three-point line. Anna Drakeford had 23, and Izzy Carlton came along with 19, and Sarah had 12, and Skylar Skylar Webb had 10 as well. So 4 girls in double digits that night, and so Skylar has really come a long way, and I noticed, and we'll talk here in a minute about the championship game, very hesitant in the first half, but against East and in the last several games of the year, she started shooting more. I think she started feeling a little bit more confident from beyond the arc.
Yeah, we definitely talked about that in practice, preparing for this week after the Southwestern game. We had a couple days to prepare. We brought in some people to kind of replicate the defenses that we would face and just give us a different look and somebody who's more capable of playing the other team's roles. And we looked at her and we said, Skylar, you're going to have to look to score. You're a person on our team. We never know what somebody's going to throw at us. Triangle and 2, box and 1, whatever the zone is, whatever the man is, you never know. And you're somebody who's going to have to look to score. We need you on the court. We wouldn't have you out there if we didn't need you, and you're a capable scorer. We need you to do that.
Well, and then Izzy Carlton. And we've talked about her for the last several weeks. It seems like she gets better and better every game.
Yeah, coming into that game, I think I looked at the book after the game just to double-check in the East Jessamine game. She had 2 points in the first half, and then she comes out and gets 17 in the second half. It's a great game when you have somebody who can do that, who can just change just like that. She doesn't get defeated after her first half, only scoring 2 points, but she comes out and she decides she's going to make up for it in the second half. And I think she's just overall contributed to our team greatly, being so young and just having to fill that role all season long, sometimes having to guard a guard, even though she's 6 foot. And she's just kind of accepted that role, and I think she's somebody who's very vital to our team and our success this year.
I think she does a fabulous job when she gets out on the fast break and feels a lane.
Oh, yeah.
Anna Kate can drop it off to her there. Just it makes it so much more difficult to guard us when she's out on the break.
We talk about that all the time. We talk about these defenses that teams are running against us, but if we can run a fast break, we never have to know what defense the team's running against us. And so we talk about that, and Izzy's great at that. She's great at still fighting for a rebound, but also getting down the court and give her some of that young energy to get down the court.
But and what she's done defensively here in the last bit too, she's had several blocks, and so she's just created a lot of turmoil, so to speak, inside the lane. Anytime that people are, you can tell they're used to getting those easy baskets.
Right.
So when she's there to swat them away or at least get a hand on it, then that creates a whole new level of defense for you.
Yeah, it does. You know, having somebody down there as a help defender or somebody who can just alter people's shots, whether she actually tips it or not, you're causing them to just change how they shoot the ball. It's definitely a lot different. Some people don't even want to go in there at all if she's down there. So just that body and then her presence down there is great for us defensively.
I think it's something else, too, when Kate's in the game and, you know, they turn and spin to go up for a shot, and there's Kate's length and Izzy's length there. It's just incredible.
Yeah, she had a couple big blocks this week, too.
So, yeah, definitely it helps you defensively when you've got two tall bodies in there. Have to be careful not to say big bodies. Be politically correct here, but no, their height I think has helped create a lot of issues, and just to see the growth of both of them, you know, as the years progressed. And so Kate's always seemed like, to me, I've known her for several years, but seems to be kind of really laid back and shy almost, and so to see her to start come out of that shell a little bit on the court, and so that's what you want to see, is that competitive nature.
Oh, you see the shy, we see the competitive every day. The sibling rivalry is alive and well right there with those two.
Well, so I think that's a good thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think that helps both of them prepare for each game and each week and so forth. So let's talk a little bit about now the district championship. You come in Thursday night and faced off again with West for the third time. And the first time they defeated us, I believe, by 5 over there. They came out that game. They hit 10 threes in the game, I believe. It was either 10 or 11, but hit 7 in the first quarter alone. And so then come back and we play again about a week later, I believe it was, and at home, and they ended up beating us again by 10. So I think the score was 52-42 was the final. And so, you know, in both games, and I was talking with Jamie, I think it was, is that, you know, if we could eliminate that early start challenge that we created for ourselves both games.
That's a really nice way of putting it.
It is a really nice way of putting it.
So, you know, when you open up I mean, really, what can you do about 7 threes? If you're not contesting them, but I think I was in San Antonio and Jamie had texted me, but I was, you know, if you're contesting those, then there's not much you can do. There's just that kind of a night, right? But then to cut it to 5 and the game, I think there was an opportunity, you just couldn't find it there at the very end. But then, you know, the same thing happened, just a slow start at home, you know, about a week later against West again. And so what did you do as coaches, and what was the mindset for the players getting ready for this game? Because I think you know, from my standpoint, I knew we could beat West, right? And so what was the driving motivation? And I think I know one piece of that, and it's just one of many layers. But, you know, talk about that mindset for that, preparing for that game.
Yeah, you know, we've talked all season. We've always had that one quarter that's been a struggle, whether it's the first or the second. Typically, we have this quarter where it's not always our best, and it's typically a really large deficit that we put ourselves in. But, you know, we talked going into this season, into this postseason, that we needed 4 full quarters. We couldn't even have a minute of letdown. We needed 4 full quarters, and we needed people who could compete for 32 minutes. And so that was true for that game also. You know, going into that game, we told our girls that, yeah, the outcome wasn't in our favor either time that we played them in the regular season, but this was the one that counted. Yeah, you want to win in the regular season, but this is the one that counts. And we told them that it was a matter of pride, you know, the Lady Titans basketball team has now won 16 straight district tournaments, and they didn't want to be the ones to lose it. Matter of fact, getting off the bus, they all looked at us and said, "We don't want to be Haley Spivey."
Well, I was going to bring that up.
Yeah,
but,
they didn't want to be Haley Spivey. They didn't want to be the team to lose it and be the one talked about for year after year. And, you know, it was a matter of pride. It was a matter of, do we want to be the team that loses this, or do we want to be the team that wins it for our seniors, for ourselves, for our program, and continue that tradition? You know, this is a tradition that's been built on the hard work of many people for many years, even before we lost, you know, in 2008. But many people have put in the hard work to get our program to where it's at, a program that strives itself on winning championships and the hard work of everyone. And I think our girls have bought into that. You know, this postseason, they have totally flipped the switch. I don't think we've had a down quarter yet this postseason, and that's just a testament to our girls and their hard work and their desire to want to win and to compete in every single game.
So I have to give Coach Spivey a hard time because the stats aren't in for that game. But I do remember.
That's actually probably on me.
But you know, going back to you, and you made a statement, 2008, and so that was the last time Mercer had not won the district tournament. So just a long stretch there, and so I know that was had a great deal of motivation and in the back of their minds that you don't want to be that, you know, part of that team. And so that's a good thing. But then, you know, East and West joined our district in 2005. And so for us to have that stretch and going forth there, and so lucky enough to have, you know, a team that went to the state tournament 4 years in a row, won back-to-back state tournaments and so forth. So a lot of tradition there, and I think that plays into it as well, that, you know, you start to lean on that tradition. And I don't know that that's one that girls or even boys, just high school kids in general, really connect with, is that if they really start thinking about that, then things start to change in their mind, and tradition really plays into it.
Yeah, tradition's a big part. You know, you always want to play for the people who support you, your community, and everything that stands for. Yeah, not every person in your community is out there on that court, but when you put on that jersey and Mercer County's on the front, that's who you represent. And so those girls went out and they represented Mercer County the best way they knew how, and that was winning the district championship. And, you know, every day when you walk in that locker room and you see the trophies, or it used to be on the floor in the locker room, it had all the list of the championships, or you see the record board out in the hallway of all the people who had these records. You know, every day it's instilled in you. And Coach Bryant said it in a practice the other day before. He said, look up on that wall. And he said, look at that banner that says girls basketball. He said, before anybody tells you any different, Mercer County is a girls basketball school. He said, there is tons of tradition here of winning championships, and that is on you all to continue. You are part of this tradition now. You are part of this program, and we need to continue that tradition.
Well, and it played out well. So, you know, again, preparing for that, and when you came out early on, I felt like you established that they had a very solid mindset. You could tell they expected to win once the game started and the way we were playing. So, you know, West.
Coach Bobby just texted me. She said, I think I've redeemed myself the past 12 years so we can ignore that district loss.
Well, Coach Bobby, we've got to have something to go back to, right?
Something's got to be brought up. I'm sorry, it's yours.
But that's in a positive way. Let's twist it. That's again a positive thing that the girls use that in a positive way, that you don't want to be that person. So. We won't hold it against you, Coach. But, you know, when West came out, did they come out and play you pretty much defensively the way you expected?
Yes. So we had talked about that defense numerous times throughout the season when we played them both times. And leading up to this game, you know, we had watched plenty of film. Our girls had. We had. I think we were almost sick of watching it. We'd seen them so many times, but we knew what we were coming out to expect, and that's what they did. And matter of fact, we prepared offensively against it. You know, I think this is the championship game was the first time we felt the most equipped, you know, the best equipped to go against their defense, and our girls definitely showed it there at the beginning. You know, we took a strong lead in the first quarter, And you could just see that everything was clicking offensively for our team. We knew what we wanted to run. We knew where the openings were going to be, and I think our girls knew that also. They knew that this was a defense that they could beat, and they knew where the gaps were, they knew where the opportunities were, and they knew exactly what they wanted to accomplish.
So now let's talk about what you did offensively. So, really defensively, sorry. So, you knew what they were going to do. They have some very active guards, and they like to penetrate, throwing up several what I consider circus shots. I mean, it seemed like their bodies were all over the place, but they seemed to get them to fall in the first half. But then early on, I noticed Izzy, you put her on Claire Marshall, which was a switch for you all. Defensively for her, and she seemed to create some issues. So Claire Marshall ended up with 2 fouls and didn't play the second quarter at all, but then only had 4 points in the first half as well.
Yeah, credit to Izzy there, but we've toyed with that matchup all season. You can ask Jamie here. I think we started Izzy on her the first game, and then ended up we switched Sarah on her at halftime after they were struggling. They hit all those 3-pointers. We were trying to see what we could piece together, and then Izzy played really good on her. Well, Sarah played really good, and then we come out the next game and we start Sarah on her, and then we switch Izzy in the second half. It's like a back and forth there for a little bit. But Izzy came out and played great on her. We told her ahead of time that that's who she was going to be guarding. And, we told her specifically, watch her on film, see what she's going to do. That's your matchup. That's what you're in charge of. You need to limit her. And she did a great job, coming out. She does get in foul trouble, and she only has 4 points. I mean, that's Izzy Carlson contributed defensively exactly what we needed her to do.
It was, I thought, a very strong performance for her, and you could tell she was frustrating Marshall because she wasn't able to do what she was able to do the previous 2 times or all year long. But then as things come down, you're up 11. I think with around 3 minutes left, and I'm thinking, man, this is awesome. We're going to make this one easy, and then it's just like somebody flipped the switch, and then the next thing you know, it's tied up, and then they ended up taking the lead, I think, by 2, a couple different times, or once, and I think they went ahead by 1 on a free throw. But then once we then jumped back to a 4-point lead, and then as things came down to the wire, it was 69-68 forever.
Oh my gosh.
And and so then Alexa Wade goes to the line, and I couldn't begin to imagine being in eighth grade and sitting on that line. And she went 4 times, and so I think there was 8 seconds left when she shot her first 2. And unfortunately didn't hit them. But when the ball kicked, she was the only player.
Only player we had down there.
You all had moved everybody back for defense and prepping for that, and they had 4 players on the lane, and somehow she comes up with the ball, and 2 seconds tick off, but she gets fouled again, and so I honestly felt like if she doesn't get that rebound, we're probably looking at a different outcome because they had plenty of time to get down the floor and set something up.
Yeah, and people can look at you and say, she should have just hit the free throws. But as an 8th grader, you can't replicate that in practice. I was telling her dad after the game, he was joking, can't you coach her to make a free throw? And I said, listen, that's something I can't replicate in practice. I can't replicate those nerves. I can't replicate the environment that you're facing here. I can't do any of that in practice. That's just something she has to experience. And as an 8th grader, that's incredible that she got to experience that in that game. And, she was big. We did send everybody back on those free throws, and her being the only person in there, and to just, have the confidence to go after that ball, have the know in her mind that, hey, I missed that. I'm going to go get my own rebound and try to get this back for this team, was just a great, great, great play by her. And, as you say, that probably saved us down the stretch that she got that rebound, and it's incredible that she was able to do that as an 8th grader.
Well, and I talked to her dad after, and he was joking about the free throws as well. And I'm like, dude, that's she's an 8th grader, right? And that's not a knock on it, but I mean, it's tough. It's tough as a senior to go along with a 1-point lead or right in that range. But and I told him, I said there were other things that she did in the game too. So one about the rebound, if she doesn't get it, I feel like we were probably looking at a different outcome. But then other things that she did in the game too, I think if those things didn't happen, we didn't come out.
Yeah, I want to say she ends up with like 8 rebounds that game.
Yes.
And so without that, her presence in there, just grabbing those rebounds throughout the game, making the right pass, running the play effectively that we call, there's the little things that might not always end up in the stat sheet that she does to support our team.
There was one moment, I think it was the first half, that Alexa got open there around the top of the key for a three-pointer. And she shoots a three and I think strategically decided to bank it in. I believe it. But the neat part about that, I watched the highlight video. Right after she makes it, Sarah turns around and pats her on the back as they're running down the court. Typically you give a 5, but Sarah, trying to encourage a younger player, I guess, decides to give her the pat on the back.
I'll take a 3 anyway we can get it. As long as it goes in, you're not hearing a comment from me.
Absolutely. But and again, we talked about Izzy and her growth, but Alexa, again, as an 8th grader, contributed a lot throughout the season, and you could see her growth throughout the year as well.
Yeah, coming in, there's not a lot of experiences like that. If you look at her 8th grade team, it's kind of been a struggle for them going through the middle school program on up. And then, we're asking her in a district championship game to contribute a lot. Now, she's been asked to do that all season, but to come into a championship game, something she hasn't experienced much of, if at all, I can't say it specifically, but, to do that and to compete on that level and contribute, start that game, have to guard a team, that's full of guards that are all capable of scoring. She does a great job in that game.
You mentioned environment earlier, and that's one thing I'd like to comment about too, is that East Jessamine gym is a little smaller, quite a bit smaller than Mercer's gym, but there was a good crowd on both sides of the court. So when Alexa steps up there, it's loud. There's just a lot going on, and like I said, a smaller gym, it was pretty cool to have that environment there.
Yeah, it's a great environment, district tournament time, Everybody comes out and supports, and we're grateful for that. We're grateful for the people that come out and support. We're grateful for the home fans that were there behind us, our bench just cheering us on the whole game. And, it is something that just comes with tournament time, and it's a great feeling to just feel that everybody's supporting you, that you're representing more than just this isn't a normal basketball game. It's for everything here in this point. You lose, you go home.
Well, time's kind of gotten away from me. We're going to step away and take a break. We'll come back real quick and talk about what our next steps are for the Lady Titans team and an event happening this morning. So we'll take a break. Jason, I'll send it back to you for some sponsor time, and we'll return back here to the Old Bus Station for breakfast with the coaches in 3 minutes.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come2101.com. That's come, to101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local Shelter Insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
Wake up to a treat that's more than cereal.
Beautiful morning.
Big Deals Online Store is throwing a breakfast party. Break away from your boring breakfast routine with Wendy's new breakfast burrito. Visit hometownlive.net's Big Deals Online Store and click the link to enter the Wendy's Breakfast Bash giveaway. A scrumptious mix of breakfast burritos, seasoned fries, and more are up for grabs. You could win a Wendy's breakfast party for 25 people in your office from Wendy's and Hometown Radio Network. Enter now at hometownlive.net. Click on the Big Deals Online Store link. You'll feel sunny side up all day long.
Beautiful morning.
purchase necessary to register. Sign up once a day to increase your odds to win. Winner drawn on March 11th. It's going to be a delicious good time.
Now available at Farmers National Bank, free checking and a free gift. Simply open a new Farmers National Bank personal or business checking account and receive a free gift. Minimum required deposit is only $50. We make the process fast and easy. Call 866-888-0220 or stop into one of our 12 convenient locations. Farmers National Bank, with locations in Danville, Bergen, Harrodsburg, Junction City, Lancaster, Perryville, Stanford, Liberty, and Middleburg. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's 9:40.
And welcome back down here at the old bus station. Food is flowing in and on and off tables, I should say. And we had to take a break there because they brought him a mountain of French toast here. It looks like sourdough French toast at that.
Yeah, now you're going to get me in trouble with my wife. So.
Well, all I got to say is it looks good. But, well, Coach, today is regional tournament draw, right? And so I won't put you on the spot and ask you who you want because Jamie told me that. We were talking about it beforehand and laughing, but he told us that he wished we could get the hardest draw because then and I think that was the year nobody expected us to do anything, as far as the region and be a contender. But then, so he got that wish, that very wish. But, so today's the draw. So who are we looking at in the tournament? And as far as, winners and runner-up that we may face?
Yeah, so for everybody who doesn't know, as a winner of a district, you have to play a loser of a district first round. And that also means that West Jessamine will be on the opposite side of the bracket of us because we come from the same district. So no possible matchup again there till the championship game. But we're looking at from the 45th, Danville and DCA. Danville is the runner-up in that bracket. DCA is the winner, so he could possibly draw Danville. In the 47th, it is Rockcastle as the runner-up. Pulaski County is the winner. And then in the 48th, it is Wayne as the runner-up, Southwestern as the winner.
And so that draw is at 10 o'clock. So I know, Coach, she hasn't had the best luck.
No, not the best luck.
Best luck. So maybe she'll let somebody else draw for her, or maybe she thinks her luck's changed. Maybe she took her lucky rabbit's foot with her. But hopefully things play out well there. But you're at Lincoln County. Those games start Monday and Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday, yep.
And so we'll find out shortly after 10 today. So I was hoping we'd be able to find out, some draws here before the show ends, but not going to have that capability. So looking at this, the teams you faced, I believe, other than DCA, you faced every team that you can potentially face in the region now. And so do you feel like that helps you when you're looking at that as you prep for what you potentially may face?
Yeah, we talk about that every season, looking at who we want to compete against, and it's so valuable for us to have played almost every team that we could face in this region tournament. We already know what works, what doesn't. When we play these teams, we get to experience it firsthand. You don't have to all do it by film. You know what you can run, what you struggled with, how they're going to play you specifically. And so, that helps. But I think, our schedule, it shows just how tough our schedule is every year to just compete against all these teams. We've played, can't count ourselves, so 6 out of the 8 teams in the region tournament. That just shows, we're playing the best of the best every year. And it's a difficult schedule, and it might not always end up the way we want it to, but it's definitely prepared us to play our best basketball at the end of the season.
Well, and it goes back to the conversation we were having. It helps you peak at the right time of the year, hopefully, and that seems like what nobody expected us to be in the Sweet 16 last year, and so we peaked at the right time. And again, with a huge adjustment this year and coming in and winning the district Thursday night, again, peaking at the right time. And so that's one that's an testament to what the players have done to prepare, but then what the coaching staff's done as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that we pride ourselves on. You know, we come in each and every game and we look to improve. It's not something that we're ever satisfied with. Even if you look at winning a district championship, we still made some mistakes and we still have some things that we need to fine-tune there. But, you know, just the capability of our girls to just deal with the punches, deal with the challenges that we face, and just come in each day of practice and make those changes. You know, it might not always make sense to them, but there's something that they're capable of doing, but they accept it and they accept the changes and they do the best of their abilities to go with the flow there and make those changes so we can play our best basketball.
Coach, I appreciate you coming by this morning, and we kept you for a long time, and a lot of good things to talk about, though. So congratulations to you and the Lady Titans on the 46th District Championship Thursday night over West Jessamine. And so, Jason, I'm going to send it back to you now, and we're going to play a recording from the post-game show because Coach Atkins, from the boys' side of things, they had district championship last night, and he is on his way or probably already there for the draw this morning. And so trying to do something a little bit different. So, Jason, if you want to shoot that recording to us, then we'll come back and talk a little bit about the district championship. Welcome back. We're here in a wrap-up report. Coach Atkins walking over. He's going to join us. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Huge win for you guys and the Titans, especially coming in off your first year and so forth. And I know as a coach you have goals. You have goals as a team, but talk a little bit about what you were thinking at the beginning of the year. And I know you look at it in steps because you always want that final game to be a win, right? So, but coming in with a new team, it's always something different, and it's hard to know what to expect. But
yeah, I knew there would be challenges. I knew there would be things that I would have to adjust to, and the biggest thing is the players, the kids, adjusting to a new system, new terminology, all those things that come with the new staff, and I'm just fortunate that they bought into everything we wanted to do, and I'll be honest with you, I researched the personnel and what was coming back and all that, when I took the job, and I wasn't going to be deterred from coming here, but you look at it, you had a lot of pieces coming back. You have size, you have athleticism. There's been some bumps along the way, but I can't say enough about what they've put into it, the kids, to make adjustments to a new way of doing things, and that's why we're here tonight. That's why we're in the position we are, and I think this is we're going to do nothing but grow from this.
So let's talk a little bit about the other night. So we played West, your third time. It's always tough to beat a team 3 times, and so you came in undefeated in the district. So we'll talk about tonight's game here in a minute, but coming in at West, and the West was playing a little bit better towards the end of the year, and so what was your game plan coming in, and how do you feel like you executed?
We knew we would see, I'll be honest with you, I thought West would play us more zone than they did. They only played a couple possessions, that one possession coming out of the halftime, and John Lincoln rips baseline and scores. They went right back out of it. So West pretty much played man-to-man the whole game against us, and we really thought we would see as much 3-2 as they could throw at us. But it kind of worked out, with Trinity getting an upset. That they're a 3-2 team also. So we put a lot of time into working against the zone defense last week. We didn't want to change anything. We wanted to add a few things. But the one thing we had to get back to was defending. And I think you saw 2 really good defensive efforts the last 2 games. 36, I think we give up 40 on average in the 2 games here. And if you can do that in the postseason, you got a chance to win. You've heard me say this a million times probably. I think offense will win you a game occasionally, and I think offense actually won us a game tonight.
Yeah.
The way we shot it in the first half. But I do believe, and I buy into the fact that defense will win you a championship, and I think that's why we're here. And if we can defend, I think we've always got a chance.
Well, I just got a text from Gary True. He's out of town right now, but he says congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Super proud and happy for you guys. But I was just looking at, the stats. Again, you held West Jasmine to 36 the other night. And the first time you faced off against Trinity, you shot 39% from the field and 14% from three. And then you came back the other night against West, round of the district for you, and shot 44%, 38% from three.
Yep.
And but again, I think the other night defense was the critical piece.
Yeah, and both teams have some really good offensive perimeter guys. Let's face it, there's not of course DCA's got the big kids. I'm not saying there's not good post players out there, but there's not a whole lot of high school post guys that you just really worry about. You'll run into one occasionally. People run into it with Trevor all the time, but everybody's got good perimeter play, especially in the postseason. And we look at West with Little and Thornton and Murphy on the perimeter, and then this team with Kaufman and Thompson. 11 and 21. Those kids can really score the basketball. And I just challenged our guys. I said, we see what happens at Southwestern when we don't defend, and the kid hits us for 27 or 28. And then all of a sudden we see what happens when we do defend. So I think John Lincoln, Caleb, Ashton, Andrew, Jackson Dowdy's played really well recently. Those 5 guys on the perimeter really took it as a challenge and were just tremendous defensively the last couple of games.
So Trinity knocks off East in overtime, and I know you were here that night.
Yep.
And so, as you walked away that night prepping for West, or did I say West?
Yeah.
So they defeated West,
Yep.
East.
Yep.
And so then you knew you were going to face West, and then knowing what sat in front of you in the district tournament.
Yep.
How did you prepare differently for this game versus the other two?
Not at all.
Not at all.
We didn't do anything different. I think once again, I don't think you change. Of course, we get our first round opponent for the region tomorrow, and we'll look at them and find a couple of ways we can exploit them, or find a couple of ways that we think we're vulnerable and try to hide those things. But the bottom line is, I think you just got to take what you do and do it well.
Right.
I think what we've got in place, our half-court man offense, our half-court zone offense, our out-of-bounds plays, our special teams, if you will, special situations. We're solid in all of those things. It comes down to not turning it over. Doesn't matter what you run if you're going to turn it over. And then it comes down to defending. I don't think we change anything at this point. We just got to take what we do, and we got to do it well if we want to keep advancing.
Coach, I tell you the thing that I noticed tonight, that I was so proud of the team. And I guess probably from the West game as well as the ability to shoot the ball.
Yeah.
Your guys are really building it up. Hopefully that'll carry over into the regional tournament here. Any preferences for who you want to play in the region?
Well, I don't know that. I don't know how the other games turned out tonight, but I don't think there is a good opponent. A good draw. Everybody says I want a good draw.
It's
so
pretty
you
even,
play
right?
Boyle or DCA, you play Wayne or Southwestern, who nailed us a week ago, or you play Somerset or Pulaski, who one of them's beat us, and we beat Somerset, but we can't play them because we're both winners. But the bottom line is, I don't know that it matters. I mean, our goal, to be honest with you, and I don't care what we get, our goal is to win the region. So at some point, you're going to have to be really, really good basketball team. The other 3, we can't play Trinity Christian. We can't play a winner. The other 3 teams are going to be really good teams. If DCA beats Boyle, then I don't want to play Boyle. If I don't want to play Pulaski, even though they're a runner-up. And if Wayne beats Southwestern, we just got a taste of Southwestern. So I just think we've got to go to work, enjoy this for a couple of days, go to work and find a way to win. What is it called? Survive and advance. I think we are happy to be here, but what I've got to get across, guys, I hope they're not content. I hope they're ready to keep playing, and let's just see where we take it, see where it goes.
Well, it's a great time to be a Titan with the Lady Titans winning last night. You guys winning tonight. Great job.
Yeah, that's just a great effort from them. And our guys give them credit, and I wish I'm glad that the days are offset at least for the region, so all of our fans can get to both of them. But I just wish they were in the same place where we could.
Wake up to a treat that's more than cereal.
Beautiful morning.
Big Deals Online Store is throwing a breakfast party. Break away from your boring breakfast routine with Wendy's new breakfast burrito. Visit hometownlive.net's Big Deals Online Store and click the link to enter the Wendy's Breakfast Bash giveaway. A scrumptious mix of breakfast burritos, seasoned fries, and more are up for grabs. You could win a Wendy's breakfast party for 25 people in your office from Wendy's and Hometown Radio Network. Enter now at hometownlive.net. Click on the Big Deals Online Store link. You'll feel sunny side up all day long. No purchase necessary to register. Sign up once a day to increase your odds to win. Winner drawn on March 11th. It's going to be a delicious good time.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV? What? No way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local shelter insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
What makes Whitaker Bank uniquely Kentucky? With a wide range of products and services, we are here to provide you friendly, expert service for all of your banking needs. This is Rita McIntyre. I'm the relationship banker for Boyle, Garrett, and Mercer counties. As part of your community, we are committed to building solid, long-term relationships. Call me at 859-733-4963. Let us show you what uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank, uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
And welcome back down here at the old bus station as we wrap up this morning's show. Just got to spend some time with Coach Atkins last night. I greatly appreciate him and Kayla doing the recording for us. So a little different approach, but exciting times. So Coach Atkins is down at Pulaski County along with Coach Spivey and the athletic director and I think principal, I think just Mercer staff as well. But then so the draw. So the girls will play Monday or Tuesday, and we'll hopefully find that out early this right before lunch, and then the boys will play either Wednesday or Thursday down at Pulaski County. So those two sites switch back and forth each year. But Mercer County came in last night, had faced off with Trinity, beat them both times, beat them handily. 59-33 the first game, but then Trinity giving them a little bit of an issue the second go around, and won by 13, but able to pull away and win last night 66-44, and so just a great game, and again a sweep for the Titans on both sides, boys and girls, and taking the district championship. So congratulations to both of them. Coach Merchant, I greatly appreciate you coming in. Jamie, thanks for your support and inclusion today. And but you've been listening to the Breakfast with the Coaches down at the old bus station. Come out and support the Titans on Monday or Tuesday night, Lady Titans, and Wednesday or Thursday for the boys. Thanks to Jason back at the station. It's good to have you back today. Good afternoon, and God bless.
All day and all night, we're serving up classic country on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM.
You've been listening to Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches and Players live at the Old Bus Station Restaurant. It's brought to you by The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net, the Old Bus Station Restaurant, 101 Business Solutions, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, and Farmers National Bank. Join us again that same time next week for Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches every Saturday morning from 9 till 10 live at the Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street on AM 1420, 99.5 FM WHBN, and streamed on the World Wide Web at hometownlive.net. WHBN Harrodsburg The Rooster has been your community voice since 1955. It's 10 o'clock, time for the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Scott Carr. Forecasters warn weather conditions could make the largest wildfire in Texas history even worse. The so-called Smokehouse Creek fires burned over 1 million acres across the Texas Panhandle into Oklahoma since last Monday and is still only 15% contained. Red flag warnings have been posted across the Central Plains states, affecting over 8 million people. Former President Donald Trump's classified documents mishandling case is expected now to be pushed back into the summer. That criminal case in Florida is currently set to start May 20th, though Trump's lawyers have been trying to delay the case until after the November election. Special counsel Jack Smith is requesting a July 8th start date to ensure a verdict before the election. Judge Aileen Cannon, a Trump appointee, did not set a new trial date during the hearing Friday. In a plea deal, a co-defendant of indicted New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is pleading guilty. Liz Warner has details.
In a Manhattan courtroom, trucking and insurance broker Jose Uribe pleaded guilty to 7 counts, including conspiracy to commit bribery, fraud, obstruction of justice, and tax evasion, while he also agreed to cooperate fully with prosecutors in the international bribery case. Uribe was accused of a corrupt relationship with Menendez, providing a Mercedes-Benz for the senator's wife in exchange for Menendez's help in a fraud investigation. Meantime, Menendez and all the other co-defendants have pleaded not guilty in the case.
President Biden says the U.S. will start airdropping humanitarian aid, food in particular, into Gaza. The White House says the humanitarian situation has become dire on the Strip as the war continues between Israel and Hamas. The effort now more complicated after more than 100 Palestinians were killed in Gaza after reports say Israeli forces opened fire on a crowd. Reports say the White House is now facing growing pressure to do more to restrain Israel. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
Following speculation as to whether a whale died because of construction at a northeast offshore wind farm, some scientists at the University of Rhode Island are putting that theory to rest. Marine mammal biologist Robert Kenny, who studied whales and other marine vertebrates for 35 years, tells the Providence Journal there's zero evidence of wind farms seriously impacting whales. He describes any conjectures linking offshore wind farms to whale mortality as sheer misinformation. An Oceanside, California man whom prosecutors say tortured and killed at least 10 cats has been sentenced to 8 years in prison. Cliff Albert has the details.
A San Diego County deputy DA calls it one of the worst animal cruelty cases ever seen. Prosecutors say 31-year-old Joshua Boyer adopted cats through animal shelters, Craigslist, and other means. They say he charmed people into allowing him to adopt their cats, seeking out those who had too many cats to care for. According to the deputy DA, once Boyer had the cats, he put them in a shed and tortured and killed them for fun.
And as Phil Hewlett reports from California, it turns out the state's missing out on billions of gallons of storm water that wash out to sea every time it rains.
In a new report from the Pacific Institute, researchers conclude that 52 billion gallons of water go uncollected in the United States every day. In California, the annual runoff amounts to an average of more than 2 billion gallons per day. The researchers say the findings punctuate the need for a paradigm shift in how municipalities manage stormwater.
It turns out the upcoming 96th Annual Academy Awards will be giving out swag bags that are worth nearly $250,000 each. Distinctive Assets reports celebrity guests will receive gift bags this year filled with a variety of skincare and wellness products, but also luxury trips such as an all-inclusive stay at a Swiss chalet for up to 10 guests and a 3-night stay at a private villa on St. Bart's Island in the Caribbean. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville is asking for public input to help city staff and the City Commission identify priorities as they begin to plan for this year's budget. You can give your input by completing a survey that the city is sending out or complete it online. Paper copies will be mailed in this month's utility bill. They should be submitted back to City Hall by March the 15th. For the third time, a bill has been introduced that would make Juneteenth a state holiday. Juneteenth is June the 19th, which celebrates the day the last slaves were freed in the United States. A bill similar to that was introduced and passed unanimously in 2022 in the Kentucky House, but never got a hearing in the Senate. Then last year, the bill stalled in the committee. This year's version is Senate Bill 264, has also not yet been heard by a committee. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Hey, this is Dave Ramsey, host of The Dave Ramsey Show, where life happens every day.
Here's an idea. If you want to get ahead while you're at work, work. Work like you own the place. Work like you mean it. Be creative. Be passionate. Love the customer. Love the internal employee that's working with you. Praise the boss who gave you a job that allows you to feed your family.
It all happens right here on The Dave Ramsey Show.
Hear The Dave Ramsey Show every Sunday morning and Sunday night on WHIR AM 1230.
If you want to make the most of your vacation, there's no better place than the Bluegrass State. Kentucky's 44 state parks offer abundant places to play and diverse accommodations to stay. Take a hike, float your boat, or bike the trails. Pitch a tent under the stars or settle into a lakefront lodge. Tee up for 18 holes, then enjoy a signature meal. Plan your trip at parks.ky.gov.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
If you're feeling hopeless, alone, and broken, maybe empty inside, Chloe's Petals for Hope.
Chloe's Petals for Hope sponsors a survivor of suicide support group for adults the first Thursday of every month at the Boyle County Library Community Room from 6 to 7 p.m. Follow us on Facebook and look at our website, Chloe's Petals for Hope, for more information.
'Cause it's just around the corner, we'll find hope together. Chloe's Petals for Hope.
For help, call the crisis hotline 988.
It's 10:07.
This WHBN weather brought to you by the new Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg, providing the largest selection of playhouses, cabins, sheds, workshops, and more. Financing available, Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
It's 45 degrees. The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Harrod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Welcome to Personal Effects, the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson, your host, the guy that's leading you through the world of antiques, collectibles, decorative arts, and books. And with me is Jan Gentleman, one of my favorite hosts to come in here into the studio. Good morning, Jan.
Good morning, Jerry.
Everyone, we're still continuing our wonderful, epic series of color. And today we've got a really great color. And Jan's done the research on this one. I'm kind of tagging along on it. Jan, what are we talking about today?
The color blue.
Ooh, blue's a good color. A very popular color.
A very popular color.
What do you want to tell us about blue?
Well, you've started me off very well. In fact, in Europe and the United States, blue is the #1 color that people name when asked, what's your favorite color?
Yeah.
Blue tops it.
Yeah.
Not so much in other parts of the country, but for some reason in those two areas of the world, blue gets it. Well, let me start off with, I jump right into the history, but I just want to start off with some variations, some names of blue, colors, the color blue. Sky blue.
Yeah.
Sea blue. Prussian blue.
Yeah.
Lapis.
Yeah.
Azure.
Yeah.
Cerulean. Cerulean. See,
Yeah.
that's another one of those darn words I never know how to say. Okay, sky blue.
Yeah.
Roughly the same thing, but there's a difference between the two.
Yeah.
Navy blue, baby blue,
Yeah.
midnight blue, indigo,
Yeah.
cobalt.
Yeah.
And I could go on and on and
you've literally
on.
gone from light to dark.
Yeah, kind of,
Yeah,
sort of.
yeah.
Kind of, sort of. Yeah.
And robin's egg blue.
Robin's egg, yes.
And,
yes.
And Tiffany blue.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good one. Tiffany blue. Boy, that's a classic.
Do you know that the Tiffany blue, the box, is actually patented and trademarked?
I read that not long ago. Long ago, there was a patent fight over it,
Yes,
wasn't
there?
there?
Was.
Yeah.
And they won.
And they won,
Yeah.
because they've had those Tiffany blue boxes for a long time. Well, and think there's Cinderella blue. I mean, when we say these different colors.
Now, I've never heard Cinderella blue.
Oh yeah. And that's a Walt Disney color. The Cinderella blue. If I say that to somebody who's really big into Walt Disney or the movies, they know instantly what color I'm speaking of.
I'm kind of. Would that be the gown that she wears when she dances with the prince? Okay.
Yeah, it's a real specific
kind of a
color.
Moonbeamy kind of.
No, I don't know what you'd call it. Kind of a middle blue.
Okay.
Middle blue. But here's something interesting. Mary blue. Do you know what I'm talking about there?
No.
Okay, that is the color blue that the Virgin Mary is usually portrayed as wearing.
Yeah.
And I'll get into that a little bit more as we go on. But what color do you think that is? What shade of blue? Let me put it that way. What shade?
I would think it'd be more of a medium tone.
That's what I always thought.
Yeah.
But as I did the research, it's actually a really dark blue.
Really?
Yeah. And as I said, I'll get into that because it morphed into something else. Another whole group of people took that color and all the connotations of that color and its association with the Virgin Mary and stole it and used it to give cachet to their own group. I'll get to that in a minute. Okay.
Ooh.
Let's jump into the history now.
Let's do.
Blue is not a prehistoric color.
No, it wouldn't be.
You do not see it in cave paintings. You don't see it in early settlements. It's something that came later, and the reason is that blue does not occur naturally in nature.
No.
Well, I'm saying that wrong. It does, but it's primarily in things that need to be mined.
Yeah.
And some plant materials will produce a blue dye.
You know, actually, blue is a very rare color.
It is a rare color.
It very much is. You know, even though when you see a sea of wildcat blue, it's actually a rare color. You don't see it much.
Since you brought that up, just real quick, remember the whoop-de-doo that happened a few years ago when the Wildcat basketball team got new uniforms and it wasn't Wildcat blue, it was Carolina blue?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What a fuss.
That's huge.
So, I mean, yeah, especially with sports teams, if you don't get the shade right, you're in big trouble.
Yep.
Blue did not become used commonly until mining was developed. The concept of mining minerals from the ground.
Wow.
Which is not as old as we would have all thought. It's prehistoric, but it's not real prehistoric. I don't know if they even know when humankind started to do mining to actually dig beyond just the surface of the earth to create mines into the earth. But
So would that date before like the indigo and the woad?
all of those are later colors.
Really?
Later colors, like a Bronze Age, Iron Age, maybe. Yeah. But the color that the earliest version of blue that was mined, a mined color.
I think
was,
I know.
Say it.
Was it lapis?
Yes, it was.
I thought it was.
Yes,
yeah.
it was. It was lapis, and that was.
It's a lapis lazuli.
Yes, which is a stone, a kind of a semi-precious stone.
With little gold flecks in it.
Yeah, sometimes, not always, but sometimes, yeah. Mining, when they developed mining, it allowed extraction of minerals that could be ground into a fine powder and mixed with fat or blood or whatever, water even, to create a usable pigment. The first lapis mines were opened up in Afghanistan about 6,000 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And they
That's
were
a long
specifically mining for lapis because it was such a coveted color and yet wasn't available, like red, brown, ochre.
Can you
white.
dye with lapis, or is it mostly?
You can.
I see. I always assumed that was more paint.
Yeah, it can be, but you have to create a chemical reaction.
They should add some lead to it.
They do later on, of course
and
they
if
do.
you've been listening to the color series, you'll understand why we're laughing.
Do you want to poison yourself? Wear color. The Egyptians. Here we go with the Egyptians again. We always come back to them. They prized lapis, the color blue.
Yes.
They mixed it with gold and painted things in their tombs because it was, again, an extremely rare, very expensive color. So only the very wealthy, the most elite, the gods, as it were, the kings and queens.
Well, only rich folk had tombs to begin with.
Well, that's true. That's true. Only they could afford to even get the lapis, to use it. They also powdered it, ground it so fine that it was a powder and used it as eyeshadow.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
That sounds hurtful.
No contact lenses back then.
Yeah.
So the scarcity and the expensive nature of lapis encouraged the Egyptians to try to create the color using chemistry. Now, we don't think of people 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago using chemistry, but they did. They just didn't know what they were doing with it.
They called them alchemists.
Yes. So they heated limestone, sand, and copper. Because now think what happens to copper when it oxidizes. You get that blue-green. Blue-green, yeah. So they heated those together, and I think it was 900 degrees, and they created a chemical compound called calcium copper silicate, which was a richly saturated turquoise blue that was later called Egyptian blue.
Wow.
So that is the first of the non-natural blues. There are actually 3 in the ancient world. That's the first. Now, other cultures use variations of that same process, including people in Mesopotamia, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. The Romans actually had factories that made versions of this blue, same chemical composition, but slightly different process to arrive at it. Now, for the Romans, blue was not considered an elite color because they had the factories that could make a lot of it. So the poor people, the everyday person, the common man, wore blue. That's a total switch from so many of the colors that we've been talking about.
That's like blue collar.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Now, in other cultures, it was different. Blue was a much more prized color, but not for the Romans. The Greeks used indigo, the indigo plant from India, and they imported great quantities of this blue dye that was made from a natural plant material. The Persians, think about the Persians' Ishtar Gate. Blue tiles. The whole gate was blue tiles.
Yeah.
And you can still go see what's left of it. A lot of the tiles have come away, but and that color was used quite a bit, a heavenly color.
I was going to say, because didn't that symbolize the heavenly realm?
For them, it did. Yeah, real different connotations in other cultures. So now the second of the ancient blues was developed in China. They mixed copper with other heavy elements. Here we go again with the poisonous elements like barium, lead, and mercury.
Oh well, that's a good trio there.
three different versions of this same color that was associated with China. They also, because it was such a wonderful rare color. They also turned these things into an elixir, which you then drank for your health. It's estimated that 40% of the Chinese emperors were actually poisoned by these elixirs.
I wonder why.
We just need to do a whole show on poisonous colors.
I agree.
Every single one we've talked about has had something like that.
That would be all of them.
All of them, yeah, so far. Okay, so the Mesoamericans, that's in Central America, in this country, or this hemisphere, invented the third version of what they call the Great Blues of the ancient world. They had a very vivid and very durable pigment called Mayan blue. That's the official name that we know it by. The recipe is actually unknown, but they believe it was made from extracts from the indigo plant, a clay mineral called palygorskite, which I'm probably mispronouncing, and resins from the sacred incense copal, an incense resin.
Wow.
So, again, they don't know how it was made.
Of course, those things you can just go down to the store and just pick some of those up.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Yeah.
Real common. Now, other minerals that were used, that were ground and used to make pigments were cobalt.
Yeah.
And azurite. Now, cobalt, if I'm not mistaken, is actually radioactive to a degree.
I believe the cobalt is.
Yeah, so that's yet another one of those poisonous, beautiful colors. And, of course, azurite lends its name to the color azure blue, which is a real distinctive.
And it's similar to lapis, but it's not quite as blue, and I don't think
Not quite as
I don't think
intense.
it's quite as durable as
No,
as
it's
the
not.
lapis.
It's not. In fact, it will turn green.
Oh, well.
Yeah, and you'll see in a lot of the older paintings from the Renaissance, when they actually started to use in Northern Europe, they started to use mixed colors instead of oil colors, instead of painting on walls, frescoes and things. When they developed these oil paints and they mixed the azure into it, as it would oxidize, you'll see a lot of things. And here we talk about color transformations again. In paintings, people started out in blue garments, or the sky was blue, and as it oxidized, they ended up in green.
Yeah, in the green
sky.
Yep. Yep. Yellow becomes brown, and blue becomes green. It's odd.
Very, very unstable. Now, Jerry mentioned woad, W-O-A-D. It's another plant dye, primarily used in Europe and especially known in Great Britain, where a lot of the tribesmen would dye their skin blue. The Picts.
Well, wasn't Mel Gibson?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, he probably was covered in woad.
Yeah. In the famous what was that, Braveheart movie?
Braveheart,
yeah. And in fact, the Romans mentioned the fact that not only did they dye their skin blue, but when their hair started to go gray, they would dye their hair blue with
little
the
blue
woad.
hairs.
Yeah.
Little blue hairs.
Rather than being
white,
gray.
blue. But Jane, we're getting ready to come up on a break time here. You want to hang around with us for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll move into the more modern history when we.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So everyone, we're talking all about the color blue today. So y'all hang in there, listen to the sponsors, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Wake up to a treat that's more than cereal.
Beautiful morning.
Big Deals Online Store is throwing a breakfast party. Break away from your boring breakfast routine with Wendy's new breakfast burrito. Visit hometownlive.net's Big Deals Online Store and click the link to enter the Wendy's Breakfast Bash giveaway. A scrumptious mix of breakfast burritos, seasoned fries, and more are up for grabs. You could win a Wendy's breakfast party for 25 people in your office from Wendy's and Hometown Radio Network. Enter now at hometownlive.net. Click on the Big Deals Online Store link. You'll feel sunny side up all day long. No purchase necessary to register. Sign up once a day to increase your odds to win. Winner drawn on March 11th. It's going to be a delicious good time.
Let Bluegrass Artworks help bring out your creative side of decorating your business or home. You'll discover a fine selection of antiques, coins, silver, oriental rugs, jewelry, and pens. Make beautiful music with musical instruments like banjos, guitars, and more. Bluegrass Artworks is open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday 10 till 5. Bluegrass Artworks is located at 103 South Main Street. For more information or questions about Bluegrass Artworks, call 859-806-1038. Stop and shop the showroom today at Bluegrass Artworks.
Are you ready? Because Vintage NASCAR is back. Get ready for some bumper banging fun because in 2024, the Food City 500 is back. That's right, back on concrete, back to sheet metal bending chaos, back to racing the way it ought to be. Grab a spring weekend package today and save 15%. It's the Food City 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway, March 17th, 2024. It'll be St. Patrick's Day, so get ready to party. Visit bristolmotorspeedway.com for tickets and details.
Most unhappy collectors collect things that they don't like because they hope that one day it'll be worth a lot of money. J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals will let you know what you've got and really what it's worth. Don't worry about what someone else collects. Collect what you love, and one day if it's worth a lot of money, that's great. If not, you still have something that makes you happy. Visit J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals next to Lawson's Jewelry in Main Street in Harrodsburg. They're open Monday through Saturday 10 to 5, Sunday 1:30 to 5, and closed on Wednesday. That's J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals.
Get your copy of James Herod Trust's The Men of Mercer County today. The book is a compilation of stories about men who have lived in Mercer County, written by the people who loved them. The stories are rich in the history and heritage of the community and the people who have lived there. Available at J. Sampson's Antiques and Books, Beaumont Inn, and the Harrodsburg Herald, it sells for $35. Only 450 copies were printed, so get yours today before they're all gone.
KSR, Kentucky Sports Radio, where you never know what you'll get.
There's hoops, there's shenanigans, there's rigmarole.
With Matt Jones.
Pay me!
All done for the love of sports.
We're an hour and a half into the show. Maybe we should talk about something having to do with sports.
Don't miss a minute of Kentucky Sports Radio.
I say that only I don't want people to get their hopes up.
Kentucky Sports Radio.
It's kind of funny.
Hey, this is Ryan Lerman. Join me and Matt for KSR 10 to noon on WHIR AM 1230.
It's 10:25.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
It's 47 degrees.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Personal Effects of the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson, and here with the studio with me is Jay and Gentleman. We're talking all about blue today. So,
now blue is one of the colors that's actually visible on the spectrum of light.
Okay.
It sits between violet and green.
Yep.
So it is a color all its own. It's not a mixture of something else.
Remember Roy G. Biv? We've heard of him a lot.
Yeah, and over time, it's had a lot of connotations that still influence our thoughts about blue to this day. It was such a rare and costly color, and so it was associated with royalty.
Yeah.
No surprise there. We've seen that over and over again as we've done research on these various colors. It was also often associated with divinity, and that is almost entirely due to its association with the Virgin Mary.
Yeah.
And as I think I mentioned earlier, when I asked Jerry what color did he think Mary's cloak was, and actually, as you look at a lot of the paintings, it's kind of a medium blue,
yeah,
darker than a sky blue, but that's not originally what it was. It was actually a real dark blue, almost an indigo, a real dark blue.
Wow, that dark! I never thought that dark.
And it wasn't until the year 431 that the Catholic Church assigned colors to saints, and Mary got blue at that point in time. Now, up until the Industrial Age, those colors continued that association. Of course, with the Industrial Age, they were able to synthesize so many of the colors that we've talked about, and blue was one of them. But at that point, what they call Mary blue, which was actually a dark, very intensely pigmented blue, moved into the range of navy blue. It evolved into a color that was called navy blue because the British Navy picked it up and started using it for their uniforms. It was, because of its association with the Virgin Mary, it was a color of authority and trust. And so they wanted to associate the Navy with authority and trust. It also became a very standard color for police forces.
Yeah.
Police uniforms, prison guard uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in fact, it's so strongly associated with those activities that when the United Nations was trying to decide on a color for its peacekeeping forces, they very deliberately excluded navy blue and instead went with a color that is more of a robin's egg blue. Kind of a lighter blue with just a hint of green to it. Yeah.
Huh.
That I had no idea.
And of course you have some. What's the one nickname for cops? Is that like
the blue line, the blue
Bloods or? No.
Well, that's the show on TV.
Yeah, that's the show on TV.
Yeah. But no, there's a lot of the blue line. You stand with the blue line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blue
there are a lot
line.
of phrases like that.
There's a lot
that
of
blue
phrases
comes
like
into, and we'll get into some of those later on. The French nobility often wore blue after about during the reign of King Louis IX of France, otherwise known as Saint Louis.
Yeah, Saint Louis.
St. Louis, my hometown. He was born in 1214 and lived until 1270. He was a very long-lived king, and he wore blue a lot. And so blue's become a color in France that's associated down through everything through the French Revolution to modern times. It's associated with the hierarchy of the ruling class, whoever it may be. You had to have a license to dye. And we've talked about this before. Every guild had its own color that it could dye, and it couldn't dye anything else. Yep. So that's why for a long time you didn't get some of these blended colors that are common to us today, some of the shades that require blending two different colors together, because you couldn't dye more than one color. So if you were caught wearing blue, you know what happened to you. You were in big trouble, probably lost your head.
Yep, you were probably executed.
Yep, as so often happens with some of these expensive colors. Now, when you get into painting...
that's a world there.
Yes. Of course, painters had access to blue. Painters from, late prehistoric times when mining was developed up until the synthesized colors came to be. One of them is called smalt, which I had never heard of that before. It's blue glass, which is usually... think of the wonderful cathedral stained glass cathedrals. Windows have cobalt blue glass in them. That's primarily what was used to color the glass. Well, you would take the scraps, the leftovers of that cobalt blue glass, and grind it up really fine and mix it with other things, and you would get the color smalt. That is just not an attractive color. Yeah, it was a form of paint.
Wow.
Yeah, smalt. It just doesn't have the ring to it that cerulean. Did I say it right?
Cerulean.
Cerulean. I cannot get that right.
Cerulean's a coffee cake.
I'm going to have to write that down. Yeah. Yes, it is. Oh, my gosh.
And they're delicious.
But you will see, of course, a lot of blue. And by the time that, the Impressionists came to be popular, they had developed some fairly stable blues. As I'd mentioned earlier, the Flemish paintings that you'll see that had blue in them often now have green, although one of the most famous of the Vermeers has the girl with the blue headscarf.
Girl with the pearly ring.
Yes, and that's a stable blue. She's remained blue as she was intended to be.
And art, you can't talk about art without talking about Gainsborough's Blue Boy.
Exactly.
He stayed the course. He stayed blue.
Yeah, he stayed blue. Of course, that was much later. When was Gainsborough painting? 1700s?
Yeah, he was 15th century.
Yeah. So, they had already begun to move into the synthetics. When it comes to dyes, in 1868, the first synthetic blue, truly synthetic blue, was discovered. From the 1950s on, the synthetics were used almost 100% by everybody. Yeah. There were no, unless you're going back to nature, then you might use woad or indigo or something like that.
Or if you're doing restoration work or something like that.
Yeah.
I'd say it would be so expensive, and some of it probably is just not obtainable anymore.
Well, exactly. Or the formula's been lost.
You don't have a lot of things shipped out of Afghanistan anymore.
Yeah. And actually, you mentioned restorations. I took a whole course when I was in Historic Preservation Graduate School about colors and how many of the colors in old buildings in particular that were thought to be this color, when they actually went back and did a spectrometer reading of the paints and discovered what was in them, they discovered that the color had oxidized over time, and it was something completely different.
Yeah, look at Mount Vernon and Monticello. Monticello. That were
Those intense
surprise.
acid greens that nobody realized. Of course, you're also looking at the effects of candlelight on color, which has definitely influenced our perception of color and its fashion. Incandescent light changes color tremendously, as does fluorescent natural daylight and sunlight. Yeah,
very much.
There was some studies done at Shakertown not long ago about the colors that they thought some of these were turned out to be something completely different when they did the spectrographic analysis.
And of course, the thing that I think is so amazing, of course, when you mentioned Shaker Village, it made me think of that, was that they held the color blue to very high regard. I mean, if they dealt with the world, you did not see the color blue. The color blue was kept for the ceiling of the not the meeting house, but where they did the singing, where they, because it was to be
the meeting house.
The meeting house.
Yeah.
A celebratory. It was meant to be a heavenly
color,
a very spiritual, connecting kind of color. So you didn't see that where you were conducting business with worldly people.
No.
They kept it very, very exclusive for very certain.
Yeah.
Spots.
And on a more prosaic note, what color do most Southerners paint the ceilings of their outdoor porches?
Blue.
And why do they do that?
Keeps the bugs off.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about from one end of the spectrum to the other. Yeah. And in fact, I have blue porches at my house. I've never changed them.
Yep, I like them.
They were that color when I got there.
Hey, Jan, blue was really cool.
Blue was fun.
Jan, I appreciate you being here in the studio.
Always a trip, Jerry.
Always glad to have you in here, and I appreciate all of you listening to me out there. I do appreciate it so much. But, in the meantime, maybe you need me. Maybe you need some appraisal work, or you need something to be done. You've got some questions about something. I'm right there at 107 South Main Street, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Come by and see me. I'll be glad to tell you what the fees are, what an appraisal is, what an appraiser is or is not. Come on by the store. Give me a phone call. My number is 859-734-7829. Get out there and look around, because I guarantee someone will appreciate having you come in, walk around, and maybe buy a little something. So until next week, I'll see y'all then.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Herod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
It is the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Let's get you caught up on sports around the Commonwealth right here on the Kentucky News Network. Starting in men's college basketball last night in Nashville, Eastern Kentucky got 21 points from Leland Walker. Unfortunately, they shot just 39% from the floor and only 28% from three-point range. They fall to Lipscomb 81-67, though, despite the loss. And with help from others, the Colonels will be the #1 seed in the upcoming ASUN tournament, taking on the winner of the 9-10 Kennesaw State-Jacksonville matchup. That game will take place in Richmond on Tuesday. 15th-ranked Kentucky men's basketball is back at it today as they welcome Arkansas to the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. And with all the talk this week surrounding former North Laurel standout Reed Shepherd, you can bet he'll get a lot of attention today. This at a time when Coach Cal admits the freshman sensation, well, he's simply a work in progress.
And I got to let Reed go some, but there are times he leaves the man he doesn't need to leave and he gives up a three. It's kind of like Robert on offense. You got to let him go a little bit because he could go on a run. With Reed, defensively, he's making some plays that change the direction of the game, the whole complexion.
Elsewhere around the Commonwealth, Louisville will host Syracuse. Western Kentucky's at Florida International. And tied with UT Martin for the top spot in the OVC, Morehead State will shoot for a conference title and honor their seniors today when they take on Lindenwood. Murray State will wrap up the regular season tomorrow at Indiana State. One game in women's college basketball here in the Commonwealth. Western Kentucky is hosting a Florida International in their penultimate game of the regular season. Again, a big day in horse racing today. 4 Derby prep races on tap, starting with the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth from Gulfstream. At Turfway, it's the John Battaglia Memorial. Meanwhile, going coast to coast, it's the Grade 3 Gotham at Aqueduct. And of course, it's the Grade 2 San Felipe out west at Santa Anita. Stick with us at the Kentucky News Network. We'll keep you updated on all the races leading up to Kentucky Derby 150. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
Prescriptions required.
WHBN.
Harrodsburg. This is Earl Motzer alerting you to the 29th Annual Mercer Countywide Spelling Bee, which will take place on Monday, March 4th at 6 p.m. It will be aired live on WHBN 1420 AM, 99.5 FM, and on the web at hometownlive.net. The two contestants from Bergen Independent School are Dalton Pointer, an 8th grader, and Aiden Warner, also an 8th grader. The two contestants from Mercer County Schools are Dean Ennis, a 6th grader, and Claudia Montgomery, an 8th grader. Sponsors include the Harrodsburg Herald, Hometown Radio, and the Motzer family. Please tune in at 6 p.m. on March 4th to support your school's contestants. Thank you.
You have a loved one needing to find help, hope, and healing today. The first step to a happier, healthier life is to call the Isaiah House Real Hope for Addiction. Isaiah House provides care for men and women, locations throughout Kentucky, resetting one's life through healing, opportunity, education, and employment support for lifelong success. When you feel once to the point of rock bottom and needs help, hope, and healing, call the Isaiah House anytime, 24 hours a day.
My name is Casey Riggs. I'm from Rough River, Kentucky. I've sung all my life, started out in church, of course. From there, I sung any opportunity I could. I come to Studio G to develop my voice and, most importantly, confidence. I'm now part of a group called the Purple Vibes. We sing in local festivals, shows here at Studio G, and without Studio G, I wouldn't have that opportunity.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
The hometown place where all the locals eat is the old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg. The fresh veggies and sides, the famous banana soft serve ice cream, all make it a great place to eat with family and friends. Stop in for breakfast or come by for lunch. Be sure to get a Titan burger or a Bulldog burger. And when the weather is nice, enjoy a meal on the outdoor patio. Specials every day. Call ahead for carryout. Located in Harrodsburg on South Greenville Street, the Old Bus Station Restaurant, open Tuesday through Saturday 7 to 2. The Old Bus Station in downtown Harrodsburg.
This is Steve Bertram. Join me weekday mornings for the latest sports scores and news on the Hometown Radio Network, WHIR FM and AM, WHBN FM and AM, Z105 WRNZ FM, and online at hometownlive.net. Stay tuned to Hometown Radio stations for live coverage of local games, UK games, and NASCAR racing. It's all on the Hometown Radio Network, your place to go for sports news and live broadcasts. WHBN, Harrodsburg.
A new study shows a possible reason why some COVID patients suffer from brain fog long after they recover. It suggests that the virus damages blood vessels in the skull.
We originally thought of it as a respiratory virus. Now we realize it's more of a vascular virus as much as anything else.
Baylor infectious disease expert Dr. Peter Hotet says this latest study is part of a growing body of research into what is known as long COVID. The brain fog, that's only one part of the worry. Some researchers suggest that it could lead to long-term problems with memory and thinking.
Long COVID is real. It's a serious condition. It's causing significant disability in a high percentage of the American population.
And Dr. Hotets believes it's part of a growing body of research that's reshaping how we look at COVID.
It's very much a cardiovascular virus.
Health Update, Sarah Lee Kessler, NBC News Radio.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies, first aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like rowing upstream. But it's a river, a whitewater river, and the only paddles you have are pool noodles. Then when a new to-do pops up, you're like, nope, I'm already rowing upstream with these pool noodle paddles. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to get personalized discounts with a commercial auto insurance quote online. So your to-do list is smooth sailing. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverages and discounts not available in all states and subject to policy terms and underwriting.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
It's 47 degrees.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good morning and welcome again to the Message of Grace. This is Pastor David Collier coming to you again this morning to bring you some good news from the Word of God. This book's full of good news. It's got happy thoughts in it. It's got peaceful thoughts. It's got eternal thoughts that are all designed to benefit the people of God and to call unto Him those who are His chosen, those who are the objects of His mercy and the objects of His blessings. I hope you'll stay tuned for the entirety of our program this morning. We want to look again today at the 5th chapter of Matthew. We started last week a message entitled Some Blessings from Jesus, and we're talking about this great passage of Scripture we call the Beatitudes. You open your Bible up to Matthew 5, and we'll look there in just a minute. While you're doing that, let me invite you to come be with us at Grace Church. We meet each Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for the singing of the hymns of Zion and for the preaching of the old gospel of God's free grace. Wednesday nights we get together at 7 o'clock for a season of prayer, and we also sing some old hymns. I've been taking old hymns that are not most modern hymnals, have good words to them, and setting them to a tune that we know, and we sing those on Wednesday nights. And then we study the Word of God. But right now we're preaching through a series of great words in the Bible, and our folks are being blessed by them, I believe, and I'm being blessed in studying them, and invite you to come. And we've had some people come and share in some of these sessions and that are blessed in them. So you do that. This morning I want to read from Matthew chapter 5, and we'll read these Beatitudes again, beginning in Matthew chapter 5, verse 3. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Last week we started talking about these Beatitudes, and we talked about the fact that our Lord is a master of blessings. He's a master of Beatitudes. He's always blessing somebody, always bringing good news. And in these Beatitudes, there are 8 great lessons that are taught by our Master. We talked about some of those last week. He speaks to those that are poor in spirit in verse 3, those that mourn in verse 4, those that are meek in verse 5, those who hunger and thirst after righteousness in verse 6. Today I'd like to start by turning our attention to verse 7. He tells us there in verse 7, Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. This is a mercy that is worked in the heart by the regeneration of the Holy Spirit of God. Now, people are always talking about what they do with God, and they're always talking about what they do with Christ. But what you do and what I do doesn't really matter. What matters is what the Spirit of God does in us. And he says here that the Spirit of God is going to produce in us this mercy. And it's a blessed thing, because he says when the Spirit of God makes us to be a merciful people, he'll give us more mercy. I've seen God move in my life in a great way. I've seen God open the doors and allow people to be blessed in ways that they couldn't imagine by giving things away. Hadn't been too long ago, I gave somebody some money. They needed some money, and I gave somebody some money. And within just a few days, without me asking, without me questioning, without me doubting, just trusting God, somebody sent me a check that made up for a lot of that. I'm thankful to God for that. When we're merciful, he shows us mercy. And I don't know about you, but I need mercy. I need mercy every day. And you do too, whether you know it or not. In the 8th verse, he says this, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." These who are pure in heart are a happy people. They have a heart that is produced not by their efforts, not by their changing their morals, not by changing their standards, not by changing their walk, but it's produced by the regenerating grace of Jesus and the Holy Spirit giving them a new heart. Ezekiel 36:25 says, "Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and you shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you, and I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I'll give you a heart of flesh." Oh, that God would give us a heart of flesh. We live in a cold time, a cold age, a time when people always talking about this, that, and the other, and always wanting to. I'm always amused. People taking up a collection for folks in Central America or some poor country, and they send battery-powered toys and coloring books and crayons and games that are written in English that don't mean a thing to those people. You know what they need? Soup, beans, and cornbread. They need the basic necessities of life. We just like to give other people what we've got, whether it's what they need or not. But God here says, I'll give you a clean heart. He said, "Blessed are those that are pure in heart, they'll see God." Now, you're not pure by nature, and you're not pure by conduct, and you're not pure by the influence of your parents or your society. We're pure only as God gives us a new heart. These people groan under the indwelling corruption within their being. They're like Paul that said, "Who will deliver me from this body of death?" Who? But they see God in Christ, in all the blessedness of true salvation. Our hope is not in what we are or what we do. It's in Him. It's not in what we accomplish. It's not in what we achieve. It's in Him. The old songwriter, and I quote the words of this song pretty often because it means so much to my heart. "My hope is built on nothing less than Jesus' blood and righteousness." That's my house. That's my foundation. That's my hope. It's not what I've done, it's what He did. It's not what I will do, it's what He has done that matters. Then he goes on in the 9th verse, and he says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." Those who are peacemakers are also a happy people. Now, we live in a most troubled time. There are not many peacemakers in our day. There are folks that they say they're peacemakers, but what they do is they want everybody to get in line with them, to fall in line with their ideas and their thoughts. And but the peacemaker, he says here, are the children of God. Now he's not talking about a peace between men here. People always talk about there'll be wars and rumors of wars when Jesus comes. Listen to me. There's been wars and rumors of war ever since the fall. It may not be here, it might not be in that country or this country, but it's somewhere. There's people having a war or a fight. As I speak to you this morning, there are people fighting all over this world. But Jesus is not talking about a peace between men and women here. He's not talking about a peace that man has initiated with God. That's absolutely an utter impossibility. You cannot make peace with God. I hear people say that sometimes foolishly. Well, I'm trying to make peace with God. Well, stop wasting your time. You can't make peace with God. God can make peace with you. And he does it through his Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, and through the Holy Spirit. And if he doesn't do something for you, you're in a difficult situation, an impossible situation, because he's the only one who can bring peace. Christ has made sweet peace for these peacemakers with God through his cross. You look at that old cross, a horrible instrument of death, a block of wood stained with the sweat and the blood of men and sometimes women who died there. And yet, to the child of God, it's a glorious place. It's a place where Jesus bought peace for me. A place where Jesus gave me hope. Not that piece of jewelry people wear, but that cross. There Jesus died. He satisfied God for my sins. It's proved so by adoption, and it's proved so by grace, and it bears fruit in our lives. I've seen God change people so much. I've seen God change me so much. Grace will do that to you. It'll alter your values. It'll alter your thoughts. It'll alter your destiny. He goes on the 10th verse, and he says, "Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." They're made to be happy. This is a position shown towards Christ's followers on account of his mercy to them. It is shown to them because they're attached to him, and then and only then are they so truly blessed. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Nobody wants to be persecuted. I hear people act like it's a wonderful thing. It's not wonderful. Persecution is not wonderful. And people don't seek it, and people don't want it. But when God allows it, when in God's purpose it's necessary, it becomes a blessed thing, because the saint of God who is resting in Christ and trusting in Christ, and the persecution of this flesh and the persecution of this world comes upon them, God gives them peace in it. They have an attachment to him. He died for us, and we may have to suffer for him. And verse 11 and 12, the master brings a conclusion to these 8 treasures. He says, "Blessed are you when men shall revile you, persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake." Now it says falsely for my sake. He says, "Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you." There's a challenge here to rejoice even in the presence of their persecutors. I was a young preacher. I used to try to struggle with those people that persecuted me, persecuted the faith, persecuted the church. And God taught me that he would take care of that business, to just rest in him. There's a call here to be exceeding glad even as we suffer the anguish of persecution. It's not against the law to be a Christian in the United States, at least not today, but it may be tomorrow. Are you prepared to deal with that? There's a promise here of a great reward that comes to all of the saints of God. He blesses us. He says, rejoice, be exceeding glad, for great's your reward in heaven. This is our opportunity to walk with the prophets of old, to understand what Jeremiah felt, to understand what Isaiah spoke about, to understand what Job expressed in his sorrows. Good salt is good, but useless salt's of no value and serves no real function. If our life goes unblessed by such a Savior, it's only because of unbelief. Time is gone for today. I pray God will bless you through these thoughts. Come be with us at Grace Church tomorrow. Until next week, we bid you goodbye and God's blessings.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
Your community voice since 1955. The Rooster. WHBN Harrodsburg. AM 1420 and on FM at 99.5.
NBC News Radio, I'm Scott Carr. The U.S. has made its first airdrop of humanitarian aid into Gaza. The Pentagon says military aircraft dropped more than 60 pallets carrying 38,000 meals into Gaza early this morning. Aid organizations warn the airdrops won't be enough, though, to meet the desperate shortages of food and supplies in the besieged enclave. This as Palestinian health officials say 115 people were killed, hundreds injured when Israeli forces opened fire on civilians waiting for food in northern Gaza.
The UN says an independent investigation will be needed to confirm the incident that reportedly happened on Thursday. Reports say the shooting happened when a crowd of people swarmed a convoy of food trucks west of Gaza City. The Israeli military claims they fired warning shots to disperse the crowd after seeing people were being trampled around the convoy. The U.S. is calling on Israel to investigate the report as well. I'm Jim Forbes.
A judge in Atlanta says he'll likely rule within a couple of weeks whether or not Fulton County DA Fani Willis will be allowed to proceed with her election interference and racketeering case against former President Donald Trump and other defendants. Willis maintains there were no inappropriate financial incentives connected to her appointment of lead prosecutor Nathan Wade, despite the pair being in a relationship. And former President Trump's classified documents case is now expected to be pushed into the summer. That criminal case in Florida is set to begin May 20th. Trump's lawyers have been trying to delay the case until after the November election. Judge Aileen Cannon, a Trump appointee, did not set a new trial date at a Friday hearing. The threat of a U.S. government shutdown has been pushed back a few weeks. The president has now signed a government funding bill that postpones the deadline until later this month. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Do you know what red flags to look for when considering an investment opportunity? Fraudulent sellers might make unsolicited contact, tell you everyone is buying it, and pressure you to invest right now. They make hefty promises over the phone, but never put them in writing. At the Department of Financial Institutions, we have a saying. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. We're on a mission to educate Team Kentucky and protect your hard-earned dollars. Visit us online at kfi.ky.gov for more information.
The climate activists who poured red powder on an original copy of the U.S. Constitution are being charged. Lawyers for the Justice Department say Donald Zepeda and Jackson Green were charged with felony destruction of government property for vandalizing a Constitution display case at the National Archives last month to draw attention to climate change. They have not yet entered a formal plea to the charges. Elsewhere in downtown Washington, D.C., thousands of hours of security footage from the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol will soon be public.
Speaker Mike Johnson announced the release of 5,000 hours of video from the U.S. Capitol grounds. The speaker reversed course on his original plan to blur faces of rioters due to the logistic hurdles. The first batch of film is now available on the video platform Rumble, with more to become available within the next few months. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Iowa women's basketball star Caitlin Clark is talking about her decision to go pro and enter the WNBA draft.
I've gone, honestly, back and forth a little bit, especially early in the year, and I think, as the season kind of played out, it became more clear to me.
Clark spoke with reporters at a news conference in Iowa City.
What we've been able to do is so special, and obviously that's not over, but I think I'm ready for the next kind of chapter in my life, too.
Iowa, currently in 6th place, plays number 2 Ohio State tomorrow. Leading the fan ballot on this year's list of nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Hey, baby, if you're feeling down, I know what's good for you all day.
It's the mostly British sensation of the 70s and 80s, Foreigner, currently second behind Ozzy Osbourne in the most recent voting. Osbourne has 187,000 votes, followed by Foreigner's 173,000, while Peter Frampton is in 3rd place with 168,000. The Hall's class of 2024 inductees will be announced sometime in April. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The City of Danville is asking for public input to help city staff and the City Commission identify priorities as they begin to plan for this year's budget. You can give your input by completing a survey that the city is sending out or completed online. Paper copies will be mailed in this month's utility bill. They should be submitted back to City Hall by March the 15th. For the 3rd time, a bill has been introduced that would make Juneteenth a state holiday. Juneteenth is June the 19th, which celebrates the day the last slaves were freed in the United States. A bill similar to that was introduced and passed unanimously in 2022 in the Kentucky House, but never got a hearing in the Senate. Then last year, the bill stalled in a committee. This year's version, Senate Bill 264, has also not yet been heard by a committee. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Darling, I bought you a new vacuum cleaner from the WHBN swap shop. You know, you plug them in and they pick up dust and dirt.
Good, because I bought you a chainsaw from the swap shop. It cuts the dead trees out back.
Well, I bought you a new iron from the swap shop. Don't touch the hot side.
Hey, here's the new power drill from the swap shop. Honey, you hold the part that doesn't spin.
Well, here's the new washer from the swap shop. Be careful you don't fall in and get wet.
Advertise for free on WHBN Swap Shop at 734-4321. Monday through Friday, 9:30 and 3 o'clock here on the Rooster, 1420 WHBN.
Danville's deal maker, Bob Allen.
At Bob Allen GMC, we are professional grade. Lease a new 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab SLE for only $279 per month for 24 months. $62.61 plus first payment, taxes, and fees due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Stock M24 188. Must be a current leasee. Bob Allen GMC on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
Farmers National Bank has been helping local businesses since 1879. We offer checking accounts to fit your business's needs. Farmers National Bank accounts have many free services, and we can help your business save money and grow. Call us at 866-888-0220 and ask for Bob Boffman, who can give you a free review. Farmers National Bank, your lifetime bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi folks, Mike Gay here. At Essity, we know that hygiene and health is the essence of well-being for every person at every stage of life. Essity is proud to be part of the Harrodsburg and Danville communities, providing good-paying jobs to our employees who make hand towels and tissue paper for people of all ages. If you'd like to join us, check out our website at ESSITY.com. That's Essity.com. ESSITY.com.
It's 11:07.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
It's 47 degrees. And now on WHBN, the International Sunday School lesson with Bob DeVore.
Thank you and good morning. Welcome again to the International Sunday School lesson for the day. I pray that you're doing well and somehow you're adjusting well to the extremes of weather that we're facing not only in our area but all around the country. But our relationship to the Lord doesn't depend upon the weather. It may depend upon whether our commitment is in the right direction, whether we're building on that as God would have us to grow in our faith. Our scripture today continues that same series about faith, and before we kind of get into that, I'd like to say a word of thanksgiving for a woman of faith who has meant so much to us. Our oldest daughter, Jennifer, had a birthday this week. She turned 15. Well, if you know us, you know it wasn't really 15 because she was born on Leap Year Day, February the 29th. So she's a multiple of 15, and we're grateful for her life, and for her family. The scripture that we look at today is continuing that same theme that talks about faith, and we've been in it for a while and we'll continue to be in it for the next 2 or 3 months, talking in and about people of faith and how we can be people of faith. But today's lesson is a reminder that sometimes within the church even, there are persons who do not express the faith that needs to be in our Lord Jesus Christ. And that's what the little book of Jude is about, right at the end of the Old Testament. I don't know if you've ever read a whole book of the Bible in one sitting, but if you can't read the book of Jude in one sitting, maybe you're just not able to read or something. Jude doesn't even have any, you don't see Jude chapter 2 because he only has one chapter, and it's only got, 25 verses. And I think it could be something that we all could handle. But Jude is written in such a way that it challenges the people to make sure that the faith that's built around Jesus Christ is the authentic faith that's being taught and lived in the church. Now, the early church had something that's probably different than your church and my church, in that there were those who were coming along behind the true apostles, trying to infiltrate the church to take them over. And some did it for financial gain. They come there and can talk well and smooth talk somebody, and next thing you know, the church is doing something it probably shouldn't do. And it loses the center of its faith. What is the center of our faith? I like the book of Hebrews, where it talks about looking unto Jesus. Looking unto Jesus, who is the pioneer and the perfecter of our faith. He's the author and the finisher of our faith. He is the object of our faith. And so the book of Jude is trying to deal with that, and I just listen to it. Listen to what some of the things that are said, and I'll read it through. We won't read all the 25 verses. That's not too many, is it? In the third verse it says, "Dear friends, although I was very eager to write to you about the salvation we share, I felt I had to write and encourage you to contend for the faith that was once for all entrusted to the saints. For certain people whose condemnation was written about long ago have secretly slipped in among you. They are godless men who change the grace of God into a license for immorality and deny Jesus Christ, our only sovereign and Lord." Now that's a handful of a sentence. These people are wrecking the church. Now again, I've never been in a church like that. But I have known folks, some pastors and some lay persons, who it seemed like they had lost touch with what the faith was all about. Dear friends, he said, I wanted to write to you. He said, I want to write to you about the salvation we share. And that's the good thing. And I can understand the heart of whoever Jude was as he was wanting to do this. His heart was overflowing with the good things you can say about the gospel of Jesus Christ, the good things I can say about it even, and you can say about it, the good people involved in it. You'd like to do all of those kind of things, but Jude said, something else is on the horizon. He said, I have to write to you and urge you to contend for the faith that was once for all entrusted to the saints. Yeah, you don't need to be a contentious person, but we do need to contend for the faith. And there are those who will come in and infiltrate that faith for wrong purposes. It's easy to see, the political thing here of where politicians might, say at the end of everything they say, God bless America. Well, that's almost like you got to check that box and make it sound like everything I'm saying is God speaking through me. And it's not just limited to political, but there are people who can come in and talk and have the most, the best words. Whoa, he's a great speaker. And that's kind of the thing that Jude was dealing with. He said certain people whose condemnation was written about long ago have secretly slipped in among you. Now, he goes on to talk about how God brought judgment on people like that in the old days. And he brings up the history lesson in this little short book. Goes back to they're going to Egypt and so forth, and goes back to Moses. He goes back and talking about various ones. And people in those days, the judgment came. And he mentions the judgment as a way of saying, now these new people, the people who are doing this to you now, are going to be judged as well. Now, let's hear how he describes some of these people. In verse 4, he said, they are godless men who changed the grace of God into a license for immorality. So you may remember back in Romans chapter 6, where Paul dealt with something that was going on in that world, and that there were people who saying, well, since I'm saved by grace, and well, I can just sin more and more and more, and I get more and more and more grace. And Paul said that's a stupid argument, and that's a wrong argument. You're not saved by grace just so you can sin. You're saved by grace so that sin won't be your master, and you won't have to pay for our sins. Our Lord has taken care of them as we've confessed them. But anyway, he calls these people godless people. Go on down in here, you read in verse 12. After talking about the judgment of old days, he said, these men are blemishes at your love feast, eating with you without the slightest qualm, shepherds who feed only themselves. They're clouds without rain, blown along by the wind, autumn trees without fruit and uprooted, twice dead. They are wild waves of sea, foaming up their shame, wandering stars for whom blackest darkness has been reserved forever. Now, this is kind of poetic language in its imagery, and all the images are bad. these people, they sound good, but you need to be careful because they have left the faith. In verse 16 it says, these men are grumblers and fault finders. They follow their own evil desires. They boast about themselves and flatter others for their own advantage. Oh my goodness. These folks were a real challenge to the early church. And it's a challenge to the 21st century church as well. Not just in church affairs, but in the way we live in the world. Because there are persons who are like this. There are persons who pervert the gospel and exhort people to do things that would be just abominations if you laid them down beside the scriptural teachings. And he goes on and closes a little book by saying in verse 17, dear friends, remember what the apostles of our Lord Jesus Christ foretold. And he calls them dear again, and they are. And he was hurting for them and with them, but he was confident that they could deal with it. In verse 18, he said, they said to you, that is the apostles, in the last days there will be scoffers who will follow their own ungodly desires. And these will be men who divide you, who follow mere natural instincts and do not have the Spirit. One of the measuring rods of your life and mine is when Paul talks about the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, kindness, gentleness, self-control. That's a measuring rod. That's what's going on in your life, and not being scoffers and not being ungodly, not being divisive. Verse 20 says, dear friends, he said it again, build yourself up in your most holy faith. Okay? Build yourself up in the most holy faith. Continuing, the deal is keep the faith that's holy, keep the faith entirely yourself. And it says pray in the Holy Spirit. Verse 21, keep yourselves in God's love as you wait for the mercy of the Lord Jesus Christ to bring you eternal life. Now that's kind of a big thing positively here. He's moving on beyond the scoffers and the divisives to saying, now you need to keep working on your life and your relationship with God, your relationship to the church, your relationship to the people of God. And then he cautions and said, be merciful to those who doubt. Snatch others from the fire and save them, to show mercy mixed with fear, hating even the clothing stained by the corrupted flesh. And then he closes by a great benediction of what God can do for you to help you stand firm in the faith. It says, to him who is able to keep you from falling and to present you before his glorious presence without fault and with great joy, to the only God our Savior be glory, majesty, power, and authority through Jesus Christ our Lord, before all ages, now and forevermore. Amen. That great benediction is the conviction that the resources of God and the faith of you, as you bring it together, you're going to make it. You're going to come out on the other side. You're going to contend for the faith in a right way. You're going to live it so that others will love the Christ who loves you. Thank you for being with me today. This is Bob DeFore with the International Sunday School Lesson for the day.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, My Plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
You need a stopper at the new Papa's Quick Stop for some knickknacks, gas and snacks, breakfast, lunch, and fried chicken with a bone. Papa's Quick Stop has a loyalty program, fast way to earn on every purchase you make. A swipe of your card is all it takes. Come see what they've done to the new place at Papa's Quick Stop. Come try their great breakfast, lunch specials, and save on all your gas, snacks, beer, and much, much more. Hey, Papa, can you stop at the Quick Stop in Danville, across from the fairgrounds? Now offering the full Candleberry collection. Candleberry at Papa.
What makes Whitaker Bank uniquely Kentucky? Our mission is to provide comprehensive banking products and services for our customers and to invest in the Kentucky communities where we live. Whitaker Bank is a reliable partner, guiding you towards solid decisions for today's evolving environment and for the challenges you may face tomorrow. We are committed to building long-term relationships with our customers and the communities we serve. Whitaker Bank, uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Imagine what it feels like to be a hero every day. You can make a difference in life. Coast Guard, jobs that matter.
Join the Coast Guard or Coast Guard Reserve. Save lives, stop drugs, protect the environment. Call toll-free 1-877-NOW-USCG.
Coast Guard, jobs that matter.
Call toll-free 1-877-NOW-USCG. The Coast Guard, jobs that matter.
If you're looking for a better dental experience, Dr. Jennifer Nichols' goal is always to provide each and every patient with the very best dental care in the most genuine and caring manner possible. Their office is a friendly atmosphere that will immediately put your family at ease. Their professional staff will help you feel welcome and comfortable every time you enter their office as they strive to provide the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle and efficient way. For an appointment, visit Dr. Jennifer Nichols. She's on North College Street. Call 734-5111. See how different a dental experience can be with Dr. Jennifer Nichols.
Kentucky has one of the most expansive state park systems in the nation. For decades, the parks have been bringing people together for family reunions, fishing, hiking, and a wealth of other activities. What's your favorite memory of a Kentucky state park? Unfortunately, it takes more than governmental support to keep the parks vibrant. The Kentucky State Parks Foundation raises money to create educational programs for elementary school kids to connect them with nature, handicappable hiking trails, and the preservation of historical artifacts. Make a tax-deductible donation online at KentuckyStateParksFoundation.org.
It's 11:26.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 57. Partly cloudy tonight, a low of 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, low of 55. Chance of showers on Monday, partly sunny, high of 74. Showers and a possible thunderstorm Tuesday, mostly cloudy, high of 65.
It's 47 degrees.
It is the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Let's get you caught up on sports around the Commonwealth right here on the Kentucky News Network. Starting in men's college basketball last night in Nashville, Eastern Kentucky got 21 points from Leland Walker. Unfortunately, they shot just 39% from the floor and only 28% from three-point range. They fall to Lipscomb 81-67, though, despite the loss. And with help from others, the Colonels will be the #1 seed in the upcoming ASUN tournament, taking on the winner of the 9-10 Kennesaw State-Jacksonville matchup. That game will take place in Richmond on Tuesday. 15th-ranked Kentucky men's basketball is back at it today as they welcome Arkansas to the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. And with all the talk this week surrounding former North Laurel standout Reed Shepherd, you can bet he'll get a lot of attention today. This at a time when Coach Cal admits the freshman sensation, well, he's simply a work in progress.
And I got to let Reed go some, but there are times he leaves the man he doesn't need to leave and he gives up a three. It's kind of like Robert on offense. You got to let him go a little bit because he could go on a run. With Reed, defensively, he's making some plays that change the direction of the game, the whole complexion.
Elsewhere around the Commonwealth, Louisville will host Syracuse. Western Kentucky is at Florida International. And tied with UT Martin for the top spot in the OVC, Morehead State will shoot for a conference title and honor their seniors today when they take on Lindenwood. Murray State will wrap up the regular season tomorrow at Indiana State. One game in women's college basketball here in the Commonwealth. Western Kentucky is hosting a Florida International in their penultimate game of the regular season. Again, a big day in horse racing today. 4 Derby prep races on tap, starting with the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth from Gulfstream. At Turfway, it's the John Battaglia Memorial. Meanwhile, going coast to coast, it's the Grade 3 Gotham at Aqueduct. And, of course, it's the Grade 2 San Felipe out west at Santa Anita. Stick with us at the Kentucky News Network. We'll keep you updated on all the races leading up to Kentucky Derby 150. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This. Prescriptions required.
Coming up on WHBN, a news update from the Kentucky News Network.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Footage of it is making national news. First responders in Louisville responding to a multi-vehicle crash on the Clark Memorial Bridge that left a semi dangling off the side.
It's extremely lucky. Not so much that it would detach from the trailer, but just that the entire truck didn't go into the river. The way, the position that's in, some of your drone footage will show that better than what we can see from here. It's tremendously lucky that it didn't go over.
Fire Chief Brian O'Neill, the truck driver was still inside that cab at the time. Bryce Carden specializes in high-angle rescues. He rappelled down and got that truck driver out.
Thank God. That's what she kept saying, thank God. And I told her, I said, just take a deep breath, and then here's what I need you to do, because I needed her to assist in, moving certain ways to be able to get the harness on right. And once we did that, we got her free of the seatbelt, and she was on my system, so I knew that we were good from there.
At least one person in one of the other vehicles involved in that crash suffered life-threatening injuries. The truck cleared from the scene last night, and Kentucky Transportation Cabinet crews are assessing the status of the bridge, which is closed. A number of bills have been introduced about children this legislative session. Problems with staffing school bus drivers has been a concern since the fall. The Kentucky House has passed State Rep Emily Callaway's bill that would give school bus drivers more authority to stop driving kids who are a threat to safety.
If there is an incident for which a behavior referral is submitted by the driver,
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good Saturday morning, Mercer County. I'm Stephen Brogel, the pastor of Bethel Baptist Church.
This
so thankful
is the
for
Kentucky News Network.
Here on another.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good Saturday morning, Mercer County. I'm Stephen Brogel, the pastor of Bethel Baptist Church, and so thankful for our opportunity again here on another Saturday morning to open up the Word together. I do like to begin each and every week extending an invitation for those that are unchurched, looking for a church home. We want to welcome you and encourage you to join us out at Bethel as we continue to just want to reach in our community for Christ, knowing that our community, majority of this community here in Mercer County is lost, knowing that nearly 86% don't even attend church. And then when you get into the staggering numbers of those that do attend church that may not be saved, we do have a great problem in this county, and it's lostness, and we want to reach this community for Christ. And so we'd love for you to join us. If you don't have a church home, we'd love for you to join us in person. But if you're unable to join in person, join us maybe for the first time to check us out on our YouTube channel live every Sunday morning at 10:45. We're also on Spotify. It's usually delayed a day or two, but sermon audio is available there. And so we would love for you to check us out. And we're live right here on WHBN on Sunday mornings as well at 10:45. So this morning, we are picking up in our study of Revelation. We are at the interlude, Revelation chapter 7. We made our way through verse 8. But we know a few weeks ago, we ended with the question, who can withstand God's wrath on the day of the Lord? As we looked at the sixth seal, we looked at Revelation 6, 12 through 17, at the final judgment. That question was kind of lingering in our mind as we're left in a sense like a cliffhanger. Who can stand? Well, what we learned in the final judgment, it wasn't the lost people. They were unable to stand. We were reminded even last week, the sixth seal, the panic and the punishment of the lost. And so then we get to chapter 7, and then we had this unexpected interlude where John sees two related visions that are regarding believers. And I do believe within this chapter, these two related visions, it explains how God will actually keep believers spiritually safe during the tribulations of this church age. And within that first vision that we looked at last week, we were reminded of the protection and the perseverance of the saved. We looked at this idea that the saved are sealed by God. They are spiritually protected. They cannot lose their salvation no matter what they may go through. And in this second related vision, we will notice this morning the position as well as the proclamation of the saved. And so overall in this chapter, whether you disagree with certain interpretations, because everybody has their views on Revelation, what we can't miss is the main point. And the main point is God's people are safe and standing. So let's pray, and then we'll jump in to this passage. Father, give us clarity this morning. Speak through your word. May we not get caught up in the weeds, but may we hear what you have for the church. You intended for Revelation to encourage the church. I pray that we would hear from it. I pray that you would encourage and sanctify your church and save the lost, Father. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. So last week in verse 1 through 8, we saw the sealing of the saints. This morning, as we pick up in verse 9, I want us to see the singing of the saints as we finish this chapter. Now, up to this point, we know utmost in John's mind was not the physical security of the believer, but the protection of the believer's faith and salvation from the various sufferings and persecutions that the church would have inflicted upon them, whether by Satan or any kind of demonic or earthly agent. God's people have been sealed according to verse 1 through 8. And so none of God's chosen people will be lost in spite of what suffering they might endure. And so now we come to this second related vision. This vision here is related to the first. Verse 9, after this, so John's next vision, I looked. Now last week I told you to underline and consider that in verse 4, John hears something, right? Remember last week he heard a census. He heard 144,000 sealed from every tribe of the sons of Israel. And we realized this was unlike any census that we saw in the Old Testament. So he hears 144,000. Now, a few weeks ago, going back to chapter 4 and 5, you remember he heard of the line of the tribe of Judah. But he heard that, but what did he see? Some of you, if you've been with us, you're thinking, yes, he saw a slain lamb. He heard a lion, but he saw a slain lamb. So last week, he heard 144,000, but now we'll notice, what does he see? I looked, and behold, so I hear a census, but now I see, behold, a great multitude that no one could number. Well, that sounds like a lot more than 144,000, right? So he hears a census of 144,000, but in actuality, he sees a great multitude that no one could number. From every nation, not just Israel, from all tribes, not just speaking of Jews, right? The peoples and languages. Again, that's why I believe that even in this passage, it gives us clarity that these two relatable visions are related to each other in speaking of the assurance and security of the church. From all tribes, peoples, and languages, standing. So we go back to chapter 6 again. Who can stand? Who can stand? Who can face God's wrath? We see that those that are standing is in sharp contrast to those that are facing panic and punishment, the loss, right? But here we see a great multitude from every nation, from all tribes, peoples, and languages, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes, with palm branches in their hands, and crying out with a loud voice, "Salvation belongs to our God who sits on the throne and to the Lamb." God is receiving praise for salvation. God the Father, God the Son. So what John sees in Revelation 7, 9, and 10, a great multitude, help clarifies the meaning of what he hears in chapter 7, verse 4 through 8, the 144,000. So John hears the number of those sealed from the 12 tribes, but then understands the meaning through the scene of the innumerable multitude who appear to him. So just like the Lion of the tribe of Judah that he heard back in chapter 5, verse 5, we could say that it parallels to the list of the sealed of the 12 tribes, headed by that of Judah. But then the slain lamb of chapter 5, verse 6 parallels to the ransomed, multi-ethnic multitude that we see here. Verse 11, so we see the church is praising God for salvation. Verse 11, and all the angels were standing around the throne and around the elders and the four living creatures, and they fell on their faces before the throne and worshiped God, saying, Amen. Blessing, glory, and wisdom, and thanksgiving, and honor, and power, and might be to our God forever and ever. Amen. And so the angels are responding to the church's celebration of salvation with their own sevenfold praise to God, echoing the heavenly worship we saw back in chapter 5, 11 through 14. Verse 13, then one of the elders addressed me, saying, who are these, clothed in white robes, and from where have they come? I said to him, sir, you know. And he said to me, these are the ones coming out of the great tribulation. So these are the ones that were present in tribulation, but persevered a time of great distress. So John introduces himself to the seven churches back in chapter 1 as a partner in the tribulation, right? Christ knows his people's tribulation, and he calls for faithful endurance as he addresses the seven churches. Daniel even prophesies of a time of trouble. Daniel says God's people are rescued, those that are written in the book of life. The parallel passages of the Olivet Discourse back in Matthew 24, we see there will be a great tribulation. Jerusalem and the temple were destroyed by the Romans in that time. And so this tribulation that it's speaking of, that the church has come out of, is not limited to the days immediately preceding the return of Christ, but these tribulations occur between the first and second coming of Christ. In Revelation, tribulation is seen as a present reality. The first century church was enduring tribulation. The church today is enduring tribulation. We would even say, too, that back in Matthew 24, that these are the beginning of woes. And so we're picking up there in verse 14, and he said to me, these are the ones coming out of the great tribulation. They have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Now, this is an Old Testament metaphor that speaks of the forgiveness of sin. So the reason they have endured, the reason they come out of the tribulation, they persevere, is because of the blood of the Lamb. Tribulation only serves to refine and purify the faith and character of the saints. Faith has remained steadfast. Verse 15, therefore, so due to the saints' salvation and ultimate perseverance, therefore, they are before the throne of God. Now, if our salvation's not assured, if we're not sealed, if we're not spiritually protected, then any kind of troubles of this earth would draw us away from Christ, right? But due to the saints' salvation that's assured in Christ, we persevere. Therefore, one day we'll be before the throne of God. Amen? Therefore, they are before the throne of God and serve. That points us back to servants of God in verse 3. Serve him day and night. And so remember, the saints are a kingdom of priests. We learned that in chapter 1 and chapter 5. Serve him night and day in his temple. Now, we know this is symbolic, not literal. There's no temple in the New Jerusalem, meaning we are serving God night and day within his presence. We're in the immediate presence of God. That's what heaven is, in the presence of God. And he who sits on the throne will shelter them with his presence. They will hunger no more, neither thirst any more. The sun shall not strike them, nor any scorching heat. This is alluding to Isaiah 49:10, reminding us of the eternal comfort and eternal satisfaction that is to come. Verse 17, for the Lamb is in the midst of the throne, will be their shepherd. Again, Psalm 23, John 10, and he will guide them to springs of living water. Now, this is in sharp contrast to the difficulty we find in the final judgment in chapter 6. And God will wipe away every tear from their eyes. This is alluding to Isaiah 25, verse 8, that death is no more. And so we get this picture of the new creation, perfect, eternal fellowship. And so we go back to the question that we've really been stuck with ever since we left chapter 6. And as we have been unpacking this interlude, who can withstand God's wrath on the day of the Lord? It's the church. So rejoice. Rejoice, church. Those who stand are those who are sealed. You've been sealed by the Spirit of God. If you are saved, no suffering can remove that salvation. Rejoice, but also rest. Those who are sealed by God are those who are secure. Amen? Ephesians 1, 13 and 14. That's end with this morning. In him you also, when you heard the word of truth, the gospel of your salvation, and believed in him, were sealed with the promised Holy Spirit, who is the guarantee of our inheritance until we acquire possession of it, to the praise of his glory. God seals his people. Therefore, God guarantees their salvation. Father, thank you so much for Revelation 7. What a great chapter of comfort for the church. I pray that we are encouraged by it, and I pray that you continue to speak through your word via the radio to draw the lost into yourself for the glory of your name. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Hey, thank you again for tuning in. I hope that you're continuing to enjoy our study of Revelation. Hope that you have a great weekend. Hope that you'll make plans to join us again next week. But again, if you do not have a church home, please join us at Bethel Baptist Church tomorrow morning, 10:45 a.m. And physically, if you cannot make it, if you're out of town, sick, whatever it may be, maybe even you're homebound, if you can't come, join us right here on WHBN. Join us live on YouTube channel. Catch us on delay on Spotify. So many ways to join in and worship with us. Hope you have a great weekend. God bless.
WHBN Harrodsburg
wants to know she's needed, and she needs to be held tight somewhere other